Welcome to the GunJones.com lobby chat.
Sup? You should be getting an onslaught of people in a few seconds.
Yeah, I know. That's why I started it.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
What's up, Pink?
What's up, Smags?
Y'all
Yeah,
want to
I haven't heard your voice in a while.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all want to hear what freedom sounds like?
No.
Aw. Help me out. Let me try that again. Y'all want to hear what freedom sounds like?
No. I mean,
I'm
do whatever
dead.
the hell you want, but just don't expect to get my approval.
Well, now he kind of killed the momentum. I don't know. I don't know what I should do now.
That's your problem. That's what you get when you rely on other people for validation. Get some confidence. Do whatever the heck you want. Oh, did I hurt his feelings? Or am I froze up? I don't know. Crap.
I swear, it's either the ATF or the Illuminati.
Speaking of that, dude, freaking what's his face was on Joe Rogan the other day. Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, he's crazy.
Well, here's the thing,
It
dude.
takes
Like,
conspiracy to a whole new level, man.
that's
At first I
what
got
I'm
on
trying.
board
That's what I'm
with
trying to
him,
get to is that he
but
actually doesn't like. Yes, he goes over the top on some things, but what I was getting at was that it actually was a pretty decent podcast because Joe would like rang him in a little bit. Like he would go off. They were talking about some of the Clinton emails and all this stuff, and he would start be like, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, wait a minute, hang on. Do you have evidence of that? Do you have, whatever? And he would break it down like piece by piece of what he said. And then they would look it up and be like, yeah, actually, that is true. Like, that's a proven fact. Like, this dude was caught doing whatever and all
well,
this
he
stuff.
knows his shit, but he takes things way too far. Like man, I keep tripping up today. Anyways, on Inauguration Day, dude was in the middle of the street. He's like, 1776 will commence again. And he gave this whole speech like our country was burning down. I mean, essentially it was a little bit because of the protest, but like, damn, just like chill out. It's not like Armageddon in this country. Sure, there's a lot of brainless people walking around. I guess you could call that a zombie apocalypse. But it ain't as bad as he makes it out to be. If a foreigner heard Alex Jones ranting, they would assume that our country was like the worst country in the world.
Yeah, well, and that's the problem is that he does go overboard, and so it's easy to write him off. But like when you actually sit down and be like, wait a minute, like what did he actually say? A lot of times, like what he said was actually true, and then he threw in just like a bunch of extra stuff, and it's like
Yeah.
it's just the way he is. He seems very ADD or whatever, which okay, that's fine. And here's the thing. He's been doing this for a long time, and that's what his audience watches. That's what they get entertained by. So some of them, they want to hear like all the different stuff, and whether they buy into it or not. Like I agree with him half the time. I don't agree with his delivery all the time.
His brand, like every show I've ever watched, it's like the government is poisoning you. Buy these water purification pills and be smarter than the government.
Well, anyone's gonna have sponsors and stuff. I don't blame them for that.
I feel like the whole show is just a big advertisement.
I don't think so. I mean, does he have advertising spots? Yeah, he's got sponsors. Okay, great. So just like if you were watching the nightly news, then it went to a commercial for Fords, are you gonna be like, oh my god, like
I hate
there's a Ford commercial. I'm never watching this again. Like, what the hell, dude? So there's commercials in it. Big deal.
The nightly news is in the pocket of Big Ford.
I only drove. Here I go with my messing up on words again.
Dude, I think you're having a stroke. You might want to settle down.
Man, I've been going on like,
get some low dose aspirin.
2-3 hours of sleep a night.
Yeah, it's okay to watch Alex Jones, Maggie, but take it with a grain of salt. I mean, you can use him as like a springboard to go out and
cutting out on me.
Find your own, truth on the internet.
Right. Well, and that's why I actually posted
behind the stories.
I actually posted the link in the chat because I really did find when he was talking to Joe Rogan, it was actually easier to listen to him than like on his own show where he's unchecked. He even mentioned it because he went like, he took a break or something and Joe was talking to the other guy and he hit the nail on the head. He's like, dude, these guys that like, just do a podcast all by themselves, they get used to going on these little rants and they string together these like super long compound sentences or run-on sentences that just have so much information in it, and you got to take it piece by piece. So as he was going on the rant, Joe would say, wait, okay, stop. Let's deal with this first one. What about Hillary Clinton's email? And then blah, blah, blah. They would explain it. Okay, well, now what? And then he'd go off on
to back himself up. He has that going for him.
So, I don't know. I found that I like Joe Rogan's podcast anyways most of the time. He has very interesting guests on. But I found this most recent one especially entertaining. And then there was kind of near the end, they started talking about the moon and aliens and different things. And I was like, okay, he was just off the deep end on that one. And that's fine. You know, hey, you can't always be right, whatever. I mean, I'm always right, but it's hard being me. I understand not everyone's like me.
Oh
Even
boy,
when you talk about the
about
moon and
this
aliens,
He said he was talking about Hillary, right? He's talking about moon and the aliens and
Well, the first part was about Hillary and Wiener and Pizzagate and all that stuff.
Anthony.
because we know she's a lizard woman, so
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Yeah,
not
the
going
whole-
down that. He actually didn't
He
mention that.
never really got any momentum. I don't even know why people started that. It's just bogus.
You know, sometimes I will admit I go down the rabbit hole of YouTube videos,
Oh my.
and it's like, well, you click on one that's, you know, okay,
Yeah.
and then the suggested one's a little fringe, and then the next one's a little bit more than that. Next, you know,
That
next
only
thing you know,
usually
you're
happens
watching
to the
flat Earth
algorithms.
videos or something. And on those types of people, I honestly don't know. Are they serious, or did they find out that there's a group of people that are just, they're so willing to just believe anything that's not mainstream? Like they're desperately looking for a conspiracy. Like they just, you know, it just has to be something crazy. And they just like, because there's something special about, like, psychologically, like, you know,
Yeah,
something
definitely.
that nobody else knows. You feel like you're, and then the more people disagree with you, the more it just proves you're right because it's the UN conspiracy and blah blah blah, whatever.
How I
And so-
feel about it.
whenever I'm
Yeah.
watching the side video rabbit hole, I always end up on midget hookers. So I don't know what kind of conspiracy that is.
You sure you're just not searching up midget hookers on
The-
Google
The
and just avoiding the
conspiracy.
rabbit hole ever?
I don't know.
Yeah, you ready? You ready for this, Pink? I'm gonna.
After a Yankee video though. So
Oh yeah, that explains it.
I'm gonna completely shatter your world, dude.
His big fat hairy posse.
The conspiracy of midget hookers, they're actually real like normal sized people, just in big beds and big chairs and stuff.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Who orchestrated it?
you would have had fun at Shots Mags.
Man, 'cause they had me
since we were
going.
right down the road from the AVNs. Could
Yep.
have seen the goth porn stars and everything else that was in the room
Oh my
beside us.
god. Are you telling me you ran into the Suicide Girls? Oh my god. Give me as many tats and piercings as you got. Fuck yeah. But anyway,
They went into the room and put on a do not disturb sign, and we didn't see them for three or 4 days.
so I was in the sports bar the other day.
Here comes a joke.
No, it's just a story. So I heard these guys talking behind me, and this guy was like, "Oh yeah, man, it was cool. The AVNs were in town, and SHOT Show was there, and da da da." I'm like, "What SHOT Show?" It was like, it must have been like the week after SHOT Show, because he had just gotten back. And so I kind of turned around and I was like, "Hey guys, like, I'm sorry to interrupt, but like, I heard you say something about SHOT Show, and it's like, I'm a big gun guy, and I'm just like, did you go?" He's like, "Oh hell yeah, I went. It was so cool, blah blah blah." And there were 3 of the guys sitting at the table there, and they all seemed like gun people. So I was talking to them for a little bit, and I was like, "All right, well, I'll let you go. Like, I don't, I'm not trying to just like, crouch into your freaking table or whatnot."
Yeah.
But before, like, I stopped talking to him, I took out a Gun Channels card and a Every Second Matters business card. And I gave them to the guys. I was like, here, you guys should check this out. Like, it's a cool place, and, Gun Channels is like Facebook for gun people, and Every Second Matters is a thing we do, like, more of an awareness and whatever. I explained it better than I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I get
like an activism thing. You can keep up on laws, you can keep up on state groups, blah blah blah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Check those 2 websites out. They're like, oh yeah, that sounds cool, blah blah blah, whatever. So cool. So then a little bit later in the night, I freaking go to use the restroom, and the Every Second Matters card is on the floor in the bathroom.
Are you
Like,
serious?
you jackass! I was pissed. I took a picture of it for my Instagram. I was like, this is the thanks I get for, proselytizing the good word. Like, I thought, and then it's like hashtag thought you were cool. Everyone says, oh, it probably just fell out of his pocket or something, but it's like,
Nah,
yeah, I don't know, dude.
that's something you kind of notice, especially
Well,
if the
that
card's colorful.
The one who grabbed the Every Second Matters card was pretty drunk. Out of the 3, he was the drunkest.
Hope he wasn't concealed carrying.
I'm sure he wasn't. That would be against the law. And that's the thing about concealed carriers. They tend to always follow the law. I shouldn't say always. They tend to follow the law.
Yeah.
By average, or like by numbers, they're the most law-abiding group.
Well, someone told me yesterday that Feinstein, she applied for her concealed carry permit. She brandished her firearm against someone who threatened to stop.
She's had hers.
She brandished her firearm against someone who threatened to stop funding her campaign. So that's a good thing to add, that almost everyone follows the law.
Yeah, she's had hers for years.
Man, that's so ironic. And people are just blind. One of the biggest anti-gun advocates feels the need to protect herself with a firearm, but she feels like the own citizens that she should be looking after the well-being for aren't responsible or smart enough for whatever reason to.
Well, that's their mentality.
Yeah.
Is that honestly, a lot of them, that's why they get into politics, is because they know how to live your life better than you do. That's why they have to make rules to tell you what to do.
Maybe they're just control freaks.
Or basically, yeah. I mean, it's an elitist type thing.
I don't like that, man.
They think they know better than other people. That's why they think it's okay to make rules that other people have to follow. And that's why they think, well, I'm okay with a gun, but I don't trust other people. It's the same people that think, well, the cops should have guns, but not regular people.
This is a government by the people and for the people, and those things just kind of irritate me.
Well, definitely. I mean, that's the thing with like career politicians. I mean, I'm warming up to the idea of like you get to serve twice or whatever, then you never get to serve in government again. Like, get the fuck
because
out.
then they establish themselves, and then they start leeching off of their special interest groups, and they just ride the system, and they campaign for their votes, and it's just a.
I mean,
once you're sucked into the wormhole and you start sucking up to people, then you can pretty much stay in there forever.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on it. I mean, I'll admit that it's one of those topics I don't know that I've done enough thinking about it and researching to truly have an official opinion, but I'm leaning that way because I think if you always had fresh blood, you would get more normal people. I mean, being a politician is supposed to be a public service, not a career.
Yeah, you're supposed to be looking out for the welfare of your people. You're supposed to be helping your fellow countrymen live happy lives and resolve problems. That's why laws are created, so that problems can be resolved and people live and prosper and have the whole American dream.
Yeah,
essentially.
The only reason, one of the reasons I hesitate on it is kind of just because, unfortunately, like the way it is now, if you all of a sudden just like put that into effect, like it takes people a few years to figure out even how all the freaking games and politics like work. So it's like you're not even effective until you've been in for a while. So if you just all of a sudden did it, it's like now you have all these people trying to learn what to do, and by the time they figure it out, they're kicked out and someone else is in, and they're trying to learn what to do. And so like
it's a system.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, maybe it could get better because I mean, back in the day, that's what it was. Like, it would be a regular person. Some farmer would be like, "All right, it's my turn to go represent us. Like, y'all should vote for me."
Mhm.
And they're like, "Okay, we'll vote for you." And he goes in for a little bit and says, "Hey, you should help farmers or something, or leave us alone." And they say, "Okay." And then he comes back and says, "All right, I did my part. It's your turn now. You go do it." And then that person goes and they do it, and you know, and it seemed to work for a while, but then people were like, "Hey, this is kind of fun to just stay in power." So I don't know. I don't know if it's the perfect solution. I guess I can't fix government tonight. I think it's
I always like to say that I hate capitalism and democracy because people inherently aren't perfect. So at some point, there's going to be bad things that happen. And then they're like, "You hate democracy." And they're like, "Well, where would you rather be?" And I'm like, "A democracy," because it's the lesser of the two evils. I mean, I wouldn't want to live in a socialist state. I mean, no government system is perfect, and every country in history has collapsed at some point. So,
yeah, and I would differ with, or I would disagree with your statement. I mean, I understand no one's perfect, but I have a general outlook that the majority of people are mostly good. And if you have that mindset and you extend it out all the way and go to like, you know, giving the most freedoms possible, the majority of people will use that freedom to do mostly good things. So, and that will outweigh the minority of people that do kind of bad things.
that's a good outlook on it.
And I mean, that's where my like libertarian streak comes from. I've stolen this line from Penn Jillette, and I've said it before, and I know I'll say it again. But the law against murder has not stopped me from murdering anyone. I have murdered exactly the number of people that I've wanted to murder. That number is 0, just for the record, if anyone's getting all creeped out. That number is 0. I have never been like, that person over there, I wish to take their life, and then done that. Like, I've never had that happen. But either way, the law has not stopped me from ever doing it. Me not wanting to do it is what has stopped me from doing it. And I think most people are like that. I'd be very hard pressed to find someone that's like, "Man, I really want to kill that person, but dang it, it's against the law." Like,
Well,
something's wrong with that person if that's what your brain thinks.
you can do anything in this country. I mean, but different things that you do are going to have different repercussions to them. I mean, technically, you can carjack someone. I mean, it's against the law, but you know, hey, it's a free country. Doesn't mean you're not going to get caught sometime or another. And
Well, and I'll use that as an
prison.
example too. You know, I've stolen the exact number of cars I've ever wanted to steal. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm generally a good person, I don't want to steal from people and kill people. And I
Yeah.
think the majority of people are like that. So it's almost like I'd be the director of the worst Purge movie ever. I'd be like, "Okay, it's the night of the Purge," and everyone would go watch a movie and make popcorn and like play video games. They're like, "Oh, I can do whatever I want. I don't really feel like stealing or killing people. I guess I'll just stay inside."
Yeah.
And like, there'd be 2 people on the street and they'd kill each other, and then in the morning, like, it'd be fine.
Maybe the murder rate in Chicago would go down for that one day.
So I don't know, man. It's just I forget how we got on this topic. I remember there was something else I was gonna say, but I don't. We got off the topic, so whatever. I have meandering conversations.
We should talk about every time I get triggered and you bring up that you're a gun owner and say some asshole at my school then calls me out as a school shooter for liking, loving to shoot and build ARs and whatnot.
People have accused you of being a mass murderer because you build ARs.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll bring up in class, like, for instance, we started the second semester. So one of the questions that we had to ask, because, you know, they usually have those break the ice questions where you have to get to know each other and whatnot. And one of the questions was name 3 things that you like to do. And one of them I put build guns / shoot. And then the one person's like, here we go, another school shooter. And I was like, what?
You know,
Man,
that's unfortunately that there are people that they just think that way, man.
it's like,
And that
you
would be the
can't get your
perfect time to
voice
look
heard.
right at them and be like, if I was a school shooter, you would know. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
you got to be careful with what you say at that school too. 'Cause you
well,
got
yeah, I'm
police
sure.
officers there, and they're really, really strict on what you say. But I did wear my AR-15 shirt today, and I pissed off a few liberals.
Well, that's
So that's
good.
cool. A few people that I kind of had a hunch that they weren't necessarily pro Second Amendment kind of gave me the fisheye. So that was pretty cool.
I mean, it's like whatever, dude. Here's the thing: they might do that the first few times, but it's one of those things. After a while, they'll realize you're a normal person who happens to like guns. You know what I mean? And
I do
that's
piss
where
people off a lot.
I mean,
I'd
I
like to
don't
say
try
what's
and
on
go
my
out of
mind.
my way, but it's like if someone asks me, like, "Hey, what'd you do this weekend?" "Oh, I went to the range with my dad. It was fun." Like, whatever. They'll be like, "Oh, cool." You know what I mean? So then, you know, now that's in their memory of, hey, remember that dude who's like just a regular guy? He also happens to like guns. Like, that's another example of when the media tells us that, oh, all gun owners are evil and murderers or whatever. They're like, yeah, but I know that one dude and he's not. And then I know this other guy and he's not. And, you know, this lady's not. Like, you know, so that's our best defense to all that kind of crap when they try and stereotype us and paint us in a bad light.
I don't know, man. Every time I want to bring it up, since this is technically my #1 hobby and I've put a lot of money into it, this would probably be like on the same level as me collecting my military surplus gear. But you feel such a pressure, like when you bring it up, then usually the second, if they don't shoot you down necessarily right away, they'll either say, why? And they'll be suspicious, or they'll say, oh, so you hunt. And then you have to explain to them, well, like, there's other uses for firearms, like competition shooting and whatnot. And if you're not a hunter, then they'll, you know, write you off as a crazy person.
And they might, but again, what did I say earlier? You have to be challenged like 3 times before you actually start considering the other person's view. So maybe the first few times they will write you off, but eventually they'll be like, oh yeah, remember that one dude? Yeah, he just has a hobby. I mean, it's such bullshit that we get lumped into that crap. If someone's like, oh man, I really like Mustangs, do they sit there and instantly go, oh, so you're an illegal drag racer and you are a getaway driver for a bank robber? It's like, nah, dude, I just like Mustangs. They're cool. You know what I mean? Like, no other hobby has this much stigma of if you happen to enjoy something, like, you know, most people think you're a bad guy or whatever. And I don't want to say most people, because I think that the vast majority of people in the middle are still like, either they don't care or whatever, which to me is fine. Like, if you're not taking away my rights, then I don't care if you like shooting or not. Like, that's your own, it's your own thing. It's your own hobby, whatever.
I guess.
But I don't know. I just think that I do think it's useful to get the people in the middle or whatever, just if they're not into it, fine. Maybe offer to take them to the range and maybe they will like it. But as long as they realize that you're not a bad person, it will sink in eventually. I mean, I have the one really anti-gun dude that I work with, and I argue with him quite a bit. I used to argue with him a lot more because our cubicles were right next to each other, but now I'm across the fucking office, so I gotta like walk over there to argue with him, which I still try and do at least once a day. But I used to do it a lot more because I could just talk over the wall while I was working, like I'm sitting there clicking away talking. But anyways,
You could take those little note cards that advertise the gun channel's website and just throw them over the side of the cubicle every now and again.
no, because I would just waste them. But here's the thing that I look at. Me talking to him is like, all right, I'm probably never going to change his mind. I'm really not. Just as much as he's not going to change my mind. Like, I'm not going to walk into work tomorrow, and he'll be like, hey, guns are bad. And I'm going to be like, you know what? You're right. I'm going to sell all mine, and I'm going to, work for every town. Like, obviously, he's not going to change my mind. I'm pretty ingrained in it. But it's all the people around us, because they hear our conversation, and when they hear him going off on these crazy tangents, and then me going, well, as a matter of fact, you're actually wrong on that. I mean, you can look it up, and like I'll send you a link if you want, but I know my stuff, and you're wrong. The people around me are like, oh, yeah, dude, like I'm curious about this, and they'll look it up, and sure enough, I was right. You know what I mean? Like, I'd like to think I'm changing their minds. I might not get him, but I can get the rest. And I'll tell you, the majority of our office has shotguns before. They might not be all gun people. There's a couple that like I can nerd out with and really talk specifics. And there's a couple other that are like, yeah, I've shot shotguns a few times. It's kind of neat. And I'll be like, okay, cool. And we can talk about more general things or like hunting in general or whatever. But I think that's useful. I mean,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I mean, hell, I went to the gun range with the vice president of our company because we were killing time. We were out of town for work, and they weren't ready to do the startup. And it's like, oh, what do you want to do? Like, it was too early to check into our hotel and stuff because we were planning on flying in and then going right to work, and there wasn't anything for us to do. So it's like, well, we might as well not even go in, whatever. And I was like, there's a shooting range near the plant. And he's like, yeah, let's go to the shooting range. So we went in there.
So I take it the company you work for doesn't frown upon concealed carry in the workplace?
Kinda. So as of right now, it's against company policy to carry. However, they don't mind it. In fact, the topic came up one time. We were out to dinner with this other company we work with, and he actually mentioned that, yeah, we've been meaning to rewrite our like employee handbook or guidelines or whatever, and we're gonna take that part out about no guns. Like he said, even I totally understand this because this is like a office building type thing, but he's like, we don't want open carry, but if you're legally concealed carrying, like I don't care, like they got no problem with that. And that's one of the reasons that kind of kicked off. I want to get a smaller single stack for carry, because when I'm wearing my nice button-up shirt, my dress pants, and all that shit, I don't really want to put a CZ75 SPO1 in my waistband.
Oh boy, you carried that brick with you?
I do.
Man, that's commitment.
Well, that's not that bad. I mean, really, it's especially when I'm wearing like jeans and a t-shirt. It's fine. Like,
I still don't know how people carry a Glock on them, appendix carry, with a spare mag on them. I don't understand that. That's almost like a lifestyle change. See, if I ever conceal carry, which would be in 3 more years, since I'm not 21 yet, it would probably be a really, really lightweight revolver, like a Smith & Wesson Airweight 38 plus P. Just something that isn't in the way, because I'm not expecting to go to Somalia tomorrow, so I don't really feel the need to carry a spare mag on me. And my thoughts may change, but I figure get something small that you know is there but isn't too intrusive and just be done with it. Because, you know, revolvers, I've never had a problem with them.
Right. Well, my question would be, have you ever tried to carry something? I mean, not necessarily going out and about, obviously, because you can't,
Well, yeah,
but like
testing it inside the house or something like
yeah,
that.
exactly. Because I think you'll be surprised at what you can find comfortable, and
Yeah.
maybe at that time you'll have some friends that have different things or whatever. Because you know, I got this gun originally thinking, well, this will be my home defense gun and like taken to the range gun. That's why I wanted full size, something fun. You know, there's no kick at all. It's just a big metal chunk. You know, it's awesome. No recoil. So I got that, and then I got my concealed carry permit, and I'm like, well, I have it. I might as well carry it. And then I always had planned on getting like a different carry gun and stuff, but I started carrying it. I'm like, you know, this isn't that bad. So I kind of put the other stuff on the back burner, and that's when I bought a couple rifles and stuff, because I'm like, I don't really need another carry gun right now because this one works fine.
Yeah. And
so I think there's a lot of misconceptions because I've heard it both ways of like, well, I'm a big guy, so I can't carry a big gun. And then there's other people that are like, I'm a big guy, I can't carry a small gun. Or it's like, there's other people, I'm a small guy, I can't carry a big gun. Or I'm a small guy, I can't carry a small gun. It's like, dude, I don't know how many of these people, when they say that kind of stuff, if they've tried it.
Yeah.
And maybe they have. Everyone's got a different body shape, you know, do whatever is good for you, you know, whatever. But I would suggest to you, before you make a purchase or whatever, or you make up your mind, at least try some different stuff. Especially if you can find like some type of like training or something that will let you use different types. There's actually a class, I still want to take this class, but God, my work schedule screws me out of it all the time. It's like I don't know what you call it, like an advanced concealed carry class type of thing. Basically, it's for people who have their concealed carry permit, and then like, now what? And some of like the first couple classes, because I was looking at the syllabus, what it is only like an hour and a half, like once a week for like 2 months or something. You know, so you still get a lot of time. It might be 2 hours.
Is it on the weekend? And is it close to where you are?
It's like during the week. You know, like Tuesday evening from 5 to 7 or something. You know what I mean? So it'd be like after work, and you go to the thing, and then, you know, it's once a week. And for a lot of people, I'm sure that works out great for their work schedule. I was so close to signing up for it one time, and then it was like, I don't know if I'm going to be in town for each one, and I don't want to spend that much money and then miss like 2 or 3 classes. And then sure enough, like, as I was like, you know what, maybe I'll do it anyways and just see what happens. And right before I was going to sign up, I found out about a project I'd be working on like in 3 weeks, which would be right in the middle of that. I'm like, well, it's like, I already know I'm going to at least miss 1 class. And since they build upon what you learned last week on the next one. But anyways, I got to that whole story. It was because the first couple classes were about like the different types of carry options, different holsters. And basically they said like they'll have, you know, it was at a gun range and everything. They'll have their rental guns there, and they'll have a bunch of different types of holsters. And they'll let everyone try them on and be like, this is what it's like to appendix carry. This is what it's like to have a full size on your side. This is what it's like to have a revolver on your side. And just, I thought that was awesome because it gives everyone a chance to try like at least one of each type. Not brand, but like big gun, small gun, revolver, and in every location. I thought that was awesome.
If you're dead set on carrying one particular type of gun and you go to a good shop that wants to make money off you, they will work with you so that you don't leave there without the holster that fits it, how you're going to carry it, where on your body, how, you know, that sort of thing. you'll pay a good price for it, but it'll be worth it.
Right, and I mean, and you can do research too on different stuff. Like that's my holster. I have a inside the waistband Kydex, and it's a Blade Tech. I heard a lot of good things about them, and it's like I took a shot in the dark, and guess what? It works great. So problem solved. I don't have a drawer full of holsters that I made mistakes on.
Right.
I know some people do.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm saying if you go to a shop that has a lot of holsters, it might be a little pricey or whatnot, but if you go in there and you tell them, hey, look, I want to carry this. This is where I want to carry it. What do you got? They'll fit you for it. I mean, if they're a good shop. If they're a sucky shop, they won't. But if they're a good shop, they want to make that money. They want you to walk out of there with that $100 or more holster. And you might say, dang, I can get something online for 30 or 40 bucks.
But at what cost?
Yeah, that's just it. You know, I made an analogy once before. It's the same thing about fitting a motorcycle helmet. Don't just go, well, I think I'm a large, and you order a large. Go down to the shop, and if you say, well, these helmets cost more than the same ones online, that's true. But if you're ever in a situation where your helmet, you know, is needs to stay on your head because you're in an accident, even though you got chin strap on or whatnot, you want it fitted to your head. It's worth the money to have these guys over there in the shop fit you to one, and if you pay the extra, you pay the extra.
Right.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like that.
But I think that was something I asked earlier in one of these lobbies. It was, you know, have any of you guys heard of shops like, you know, letting you try on holsters and stuff? Like, like, 'cause I always thought, like, is that a weird question to ask? Because especially like inside the waistband, I could see how they'd be like, dude, I don't want your stuff like in your pants and what, like, you know, screw you. I'm not letting you try these on.
When I did it,
I
did it, I went back to the store where I bought the gun, but I don't know if they remember me buying the gun or anything like that. And I came in with the gun in a case, and I said, hey, guys, I need a holster for this. What can you do for me? And, I mean, everything I looked at was in the $100 or more range, which was kind of sticker shock for me. But once I wore it, I said, okay, now I know why these guys stuck me with this holster.
Right. And did they let you, like, try on a couple different types and stuff?
Yep.
Okay. See, that's what it was. One of those things I thought, like, it seems like a good idea to try it before you get it, because it's so dependent on body shape and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
You know, because bigger guys, you know, like appendix carry, from what I can tell, you pretty much have to have a flat stomach to do that. Otherwise, it's sitting there jabbing you all the time.
Well, this is a bigger place, and they had a big selection. Plus, if I hadn't brought the pistol back with me, they had rentals behind the counter, and one of their rentals was more or less the same thing, so it would have fit. So I'm not saying all shops will do that. I don't know. I only went to the one shop, but it was a good experience, and I compare it to fitting a motorcycle helmet. You know, it's worth the extra money. It's worth the extra effort. If they don't want to help you fit this thing, they don't want to make a sale, or they don't want you to come back. And you can just let them know by just, you know, voting with your wallet. But and yeah, I mean, you got lucky. You ordered something, it fit, it worked. I think that's great, because you do take a chance. And yeah, there are people with drawers full of holsters.
Right, and that's the thing, is having, you know, 3 cheap holsters in a drawer you don't use is more expensive than one good one.
Buy once, cry
you know,
once.
Especially, like, too, if you have friends or whatever, be like, oh, you have, you know, I really thought about getting the hybrid thing, you know, with the leather and then the Kydex outside. And my buddy actually had one, and I was like, hey, do you mind if, you know, he had a different gun, but it was similar size, a little bit lighter. It was what the heck did he carry? It was a polymer something. I don't think it was a Glock. I don't remember. It might have been XD. I forget. But anyways, I'm like, you know, do you mind? I'm just curious for getting mine for myself. And what I found for me, it was so wide, and I'm kind of a skinny fuck. So when I put it like on my side, or I tried appendix, and that even, like, I'm skinny and it still dug into me. So I'm like, that's not comfortable. So I tried on my side. It's like it wraps around from my front, like all the way to my back. Like there's just like way too much leather, like touching my side. I could see how it would get annoying after a while. So I went with a very slim profile Kydex, and it, you know, I get it right at the right spot. I cant it forward a little bit, and I'm good to go.
So, is it inside or outside?
Inside the waistband.
Okay. See, I ordered a Kydex that was outside, and I thought I'll just wear a loose shirt over it. I put the gun in it, and there was no way to hide this thing anywhere. And I said, screw it. And that's when I put it in the case and went down to the store and said, help me. So I think that if I had gone with an inside the waistband, which is what I ended up, no, that was, so the leather one I got inside, I can't remember now because I haven't concealed carried in so long. But I think the problem was I went with an outside the waistband, and I didn't want the paddle. I wanted something that clipped into my belt loop,
Yeah.
Hey, Squib, quick question. Did you buy that holster from me?
No, sir.
It sucks.
I
guess then I can't ask you to make a holster for my walker.
I bet you he could do it.
I'm
Nathan
about
can
to
do
say,
anything.
like a Walker Colt, like a cowboy pistol. Yeah.
Well, I thought you meant like a walker because you're old.
Yeah, you know what? It won't be long. It won't be fair. Now, see, wait. Could you mount 2 holsters on either side of my walker?
I can do that. I can also sell you a holster that has a tennis ball on the bottom of it, so it'll slide on the
Tennis
floor
ball.
easier for you.
Oh man, thinking ahead.
You can do a lot of stuff.
No, can you make a holster for a 1847 Walker?
I need a comparable type of gun to mold it with.
Mm.
So I don't know if they make classic cowboy blue guns.
Y'all mind if I ask a question?
But
No.
I do.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I'm gonna ask it anyway. So, I heard that black powder firearms are not considered firearms; they're considered a relic or something like that. They don't fall into the category of firearms under the ATF.
hold on. Here's the thing. Guns that don't take bullet cartridges that you load by hand, black powder and ball, and then put a primer on the back
Cap
end.
and ball.
And cap and ball, yeah. If they're cap and ball or muzzle loaders, they are not under the NFA registry. You can buy them via catalog and have them mailed directly to your house.
That's my question. Can someone that's a minor or someone that's over 18 legally purchase it because it's not quote
Over
unquote
18.
a pistol?
It's
Over
18
18.
because companies don't want to risk liability with a minor, so it's 18 and up.
Okay.
You can go down to Cabela's at 18 and buy.
Could you carry that?
Magnum.
Could you open carry that and not have that not considered a pistol if you're ever
Well,
stopped?
Now you're getting into a strange area because there was a guy in Arlington who was, before open carry came to Texas, he was open carrying a black powder pistol and they arrested him. But then his lawyer got him off because they proved it was a black powder pistol. But the cops, they don't know the difference.
No, they don't know the difference.
Unless you have a gun geek that says that's a cap and ball pistol. I see the
Not in the police department.
So technically, you can't get thrown in prison for carrying that if you're under 21. Open carry.
Well, you can't be convicted.
Technically, you can do it and you won't be thrown in prison, but your lawyer's going to cost you a lot more than that gun.
Yeah.
So basically, it's just a good idea not to do it, just to not start anything.
The cap and ball revolver is a range toy, and it is something I suppose you could hunt with it, but it's a range toy. I don't recommend it for carry. I mean, I suppose if you already open carry a modern handgun and you don't get stopped all the time, because it's accepted where you're at, then I suppose. But I've never seen anybody do it. I mean,
I think that comes down to, do you want to be a roadside lawyer and deal with all that hassle or
Probably
not?
really.
I mean,
Not really.
and if you do, then that's that's fine. But that's one of those, you know, you might prove yourself right in court, but then
And-
again,
and
you're still in court, you know.
And it's something you would have to practice with a lot if you wanted to be able to draw this thing and fire. It's not like in the movies. You know, you're going to carry it on an empty cylinder if you're smart.
Yeah, because you don't
And,
want the hammer getting bumped and hitting the primer hard enough.
you're gonna have to work it or do something with the spring or something to make it where you can cock it and shoot it quickly. I'm not saying it's slow like me with my walker, but it's not. I mean, I suppose you could get as fast as the guys in the movies if you were at the range all the time practicing just a whole lot, which would be fun. But that's a
I'm
lot of
more
practice.
saying to carry that is more of a statement than not to be an a-hole
Well,
about it,
you
but
might as
just
well
to
carry
carry
a toy
it.
gun. I mean, if you're just trying to make a statement, but no matter what, if it looks like a gun, the cops are going to stop you.
Yeah, well,
And maybe, I mean, if you want to do it as a statement kind of thing, then, you know, go ahead and do it. Just know what you're signing up for.
you'd probably want to call your local law enforcement and just get the gist from them before you did that then.
I
Yeah,
thought
but
about
just because they say something doesn't mean that, like, that's gonna work. You know, like, it depends on who's gonna answer the phone. Because you might get one dude's like, "Oh yeah, technically that's fine. You're good to go." That's still not gonna mean that every cop in your state is gonna agree and feel that same way.
Well, exactly.
Or
So-
you talk to the guy at the desk, but the guy out on patrol, he's, you know, they didn't pass it on to every single cop that's out there on patrol or something.
Well, and the guy that works Tuesday is a pro gun guy, and the guy that works Wednesday is, you know, an anti-gun guy who thinks only cops should have guns.
Hold on. The odds are that the top 10% of cops that are gun guys, they go SWAT. But the regular patrol officers may or may not be that deep into guns, and they're probably not. It's probably something they carry because it's their job, and they never use it, and they tase people, and it's just there for emergencies. And that's what Yankee said, and I agree with him, and that's what my cop friends have said. Now, on the flip side of that, you know, it comes down to this. You want to be within your laws. You don't want to be confused for anything. You don't want to get shot and then say, well, it's a black powder pistol, so you shouldn't have shot me, and I didn't go for it. You know, so there's black and white, but when it comes to guns, it's all gray, and you don't want to put yourself in a
Yeah,
bad
exactly.
position.
That's one of those things. What's that expression? Like, you don't want to be dead right. You know what I mean? That's like if you know, the light turns green and you see a car like flying down the road the other direction. You don't just pull out because it's like, well, I have the right of way. Because guess what? He runs the red light and slams into you. You know what I mean? Like, technically, you would be in the right. He'd get in trouble, but is it worth it to freaking get smashed by some car? You know, it's like, yeah, you don't want to be dead right. No, I'm not super like
Yeah.
discouraging you or whatever. Like I said, if that's what you want to do, go for it. Just know what you're getting into.
Sorry, I'm lagging. You may be able to carry a black powder pistol concealed. You would have to check your own local laws.
No, that's probably not the best idea.
Well,
And
if it's concealed, you're safe. It's the open carry of the black powder pistol that's going to draw too much attention if you're not an open carry.
Well, concealed if he's allowed to carry a concealed weapon. Right now, he's not old enough.
Yeah, I'm under 21, so that's why I brought up the whole black powder thing, because it's not a center fire pistol.
It's state by state with those laws. You'd have to research it.
Yeah, my state's pretty cool with it. I checked up on it, and there was nothing that came up that said you couldn't. So if I ever actually did spring on a black powder pistol, I'd probably call law enforcement before doing that. I don't think I'd ever do
Well,
that,
don't know.
but I was just
Law
bringing it up.
enforcement- I don't think calling law enforcement's going to help because they're not going to really know. You have to consult someone in your. What state are you in?
Wisconsin.
Okay.
Ooh.
You have to find someone in
He said-
Wisconsin who knows kind of the laws backwards and forwards and find out what their rules and regulations are, because you know you can be down in San Antonio and carrying a lock blade knife and a buck lock blade, and that's a giant offense down there because they passed some stupid law in the 70s. You know, so you got to know your local laws.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Squib, is your Walker Colt a black powder?
Yes.
Okay, so it's something you could buy over mail order, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, technically, you could mail that United States Postal Service to me. I can make a holster and mail it back with the holster and the gun together, as long as it's not loaded.
Okay.
Hypothetically.
Sending a loaded black powder firearm via
No,
USPS ground.
Just sending the regular black powder firearm. In fact, I don't even think anyone in the post office, I don't think they really check anything. You would
No,
just,
actually, they don't.
you just put it in the package and mail it to me.
But if they ever ask you what's in there, you don't say anything having to do with guns, because then you get that one lady that screams and says, "Oh my God, a legal package!"
No, you say what it is. Say it's
I
metal
would think
parts.
it would be better if I sent it FedEx ground or UPS ground.
That's more expensive, but who is it? UPS ships firearms.
You could just say machined parts. That's what I say, because technically I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
I never ship anything that's serialized, though, because that's a major offense.
that's the point, is it can't be serialized. Like, I have a black powder rifle that is built on a Remington 700 action, so it's serialized. It's the only black powder musket rifle that has a serial number. But the thing is I can take that barrel off, throw a 308 barrel on it, and convert it right over to a normal rifle with all the parts.
Yeah, see, that's what the government's about.
See, so I get it. With the Remington Ultimate Muzzleloader, I get the fact it's serialized because I can convert it so easily to a short action 308 rifle with just simply a barrel, because the every other part's the same.
Let's see. I got a serial number on the Walker, but I'm looking to see if I've got a serial number on the LeMat.
And that may be just the company's own proprietary serial number, just so that they have it on the gun to keep track of production numbers.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't see a serial number on the LeMat. One's Uberti and one's Pieta, and they were bought about 17 years apart, different states, different stores. But yeah, I mean, the serial number really isn't the thing for me. It's even if there was something that said you can ship a black powder revolver empty, USPS, I just can't count on these government employees, because I used to work for the federal government, not to do something, to screw it up or to lose it or to not have the ATF breathing down my throat or something like that. I would just soon pay the extra money and ship it UPS ground or FedEx ground, and it's more secure because they ship firearms all the time. So
That's probably your best bet. But
even though legally this isn't considered a firearm per se, it doesn't matter. I don't mess around with. I'm not going to ask for trouble.
Hey, Squib, where do you live?
Michigan.
Michigan, okay. Yeah, you definitely want to look into that one way or the other. Like I said, UPS typically ships to FFLs when they do firearms, so you'd want to check their standards and see if a black powder they would ship directly to a person. They may just have a flat out, no, we only go FFL, but who knows?
Yeah, one of the things to keep in mind too is, looking at your state laws, because I know Michigan used to consider black powder rifles as firearms. So anything that applied to the center fire rifle applied to black powder. So if you were going up north, you were doing whatever, like you had to store it and transport it and treat it under all the same laws as a firearm. They got rid of that recently, but it did used to have that. So
you're talking about muzzle loading. You're talking about a cap and ball or a musket or something like that. You're not talking about like something you use a black powder cartridge like a 45-70 or
correct. Yeah, I'm talking about the things that the things we were talking about just a minute ago are not technically firearms in the eye of the federal law.
Mhm.
Michigan considered them firearms up until, I want to say, like 3 years ago, something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Crazy.
That's why it's so important to understand state laws, because here in Texas in the 1870s, they passed a law saying that if somebody tries to steal your horse at night and you do not know who they are, you have the right to shoot them. And they now have interpreted that to go to your car. So if I park my car outside from my house and somebody breaks the window and starts to climb in it, I can shoot them in Texas.
Well, you're going to shoot your car.
Now, here would be the irony.
But
It would
there's
be-
other laws that may have been written in the 18 and early 1900s to do with black powder in your state. So the federal people don't care, but your state people care.
Well, the thing is the most frustrating thing is city ordinances, because you have the craziest city ordinances around here. There's one that says you can't kiss someone while you're on a train. I am not joking you. You can look that up.
You know, speaking of repealing bad laws, since we want to repeal all these bad gun laws, I'm waiting for someone to finally repeal the Detroit city ordinance where you cannot chain your alligator to a fire hydrant.
Oh,
That's
man.
a bunch of bullshit.
Come on.
I know.
What the hell?
I know, man. We gotta get rid of that shit. Where's the lobbyist group for that?
Man,
Alligator lives matter.
I'm so
Hey, and-
glad that in Wisconsin I have my alligator freedoms. You know, I'm grateful.
You know, there's also a law in Alaska that you cannot push a moose out of a moving airplane. But you know, if the moose gets out of line, I gotta shove him off. I mean, I'm sorry, it's a stupid law.
What's that
But
song?
what if
what's
he
that-
jumps out by himself?
There's a song that goes,
It's
"You
that push.
can't drink a beer on stage, but you can fuck a moose." Have you heard that song before?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of weird songs, but
It's about some weird law in Vermont. It's about some band was traveling through there, and they wanted to drink on stage while they performed at a small club, and they said state law says you can't drink while you're on stage, so they wrote a song called "You Can't Drink a Beer on Stage, but You Can Fuck a Moose," because there's no law in Vermont about fucking a moose or something. I don't know. It's a funny song.
you know, some states really overlook that problem.
What about a 30-point buck?
A 30-point buck?
Did y'all ever hear that song?
What about 31-point bucks?
No, it's the 30-point buck. The 30-point buck.
Can
I'm
we
not
change
sure I
the
follow
subject? This is going a really bad way.
Just look them up. The group is called the Upers. So they're from the UP.
Smeggy, this is more an after midnight topic.
It's about hunting, and he sees like a deer with like a rack of a lifetime. It's funny because he's like, I pulled out my fully automatic AK-47 rocket launcher, blah blah blah. Like he names off all these like gun things, and then he's like, and I missed. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, man, because everyone's had that like freaking like. You know, your dream deer walks out in front of you and you freaking have the safety on or something stupid, you know. I haven't had that yet. I haven't really seen a giant monster buck that I wanted to shoot, but
First couple days of season, it's played over and over and over. Michigan.
yeah, that one and Fred Bear. So
Yep.
it's Ted Nugent.
Fred Bear.
Michigan.
What's that?
You don't know Fred Bear?
Nope.
Oh,
Does he
Fred
have any
Bear,
relation to Smokey the Bear or
walk with
Yogi Bear?
me down the trails again. Take me back where I belong. Oh, Fred Bear, I'm glad to have you at my side, my friend. And I'll join you in the big hunt before too long.
And that'll be the new intro to Hit or Miss.
Before too long.
I'm sorry that I even opened this one up.
Do-do-do.
This is what's known as a can of explosive worms.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
That's right.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, crap. I got to get on PayPal. Give me a second.
Actually, I wasn't even coming in here for that.
This is a very rare opportunity for you guys to donate to me on PayPal. I usually don't do this very often, but you guys, believe it or not, today have the opportunity to donate to me on PayPal.
Hey, I actually do work for him, so, you know, that's why he's giving me money.
And I believe your PayPal is AZ13.
I am
On PayPal?
allowing you to donate to me on PayPal. It's a very rare opportunity to give me money.
Hey, look,
No, you can't have it.
Night Strike helps me out a lot. He's got a van without windows, and he's willing to do crazy stuff.
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I got rid of that van.
Sold it to some guy in Arizona.
Well, the
No,
problem
No,
with that
I
is
donated it to the Knights of Columbus just because of the factor that, one, I am part of them, and two, it is dead. I could not fix it. There was too much wrong with it.
the problem
Van
with
with no window, the custom license plate on it, CREEP.
Well, when the
No,
van
no,
has
no.
no windows, so you can hear the screams from coming in from the inside. That's your number one problem. You always have to have soundproof windows so they can't hear the screams of terror from inside.
No, the problem is it got struck by lightning a few months ago.
Are you
And-
serious?
No, I'm dead serious. And the electrical system was shot, so even if I wanted to get it working again, I couldn't because I'm not going to rewire that entire car.
Wait a minute. It was struck by lightning.
Hold
It
on.
was,
Yeah.
wait, 1.21 gigawatts?
Jingle?
1.21 gigawatts.
What's in it?
Hold on, someone needs to say it. Oh, fuck it, I'll say it. What the hell is a gigawatt?
Is that a Back to the Future reference?
Yes. Yes. And I'm disappointed in you for not knowing that.
I
response.
kind of grasped onto it. It sounded familiar.
You're too young. Get it. You know, your gun license has been revoked. Get out.
Shut up.
So anyway, I did warn Night Strike. I told him, don't kidnap that gypsy woman's daughter, or bad things are going to happen.
But she liked the teddy bear joke.
Yeah, she did.
No, seriously, all kidding aside, no, it's just that it was just it was a 1996 Dodge Grand Caravan. It had windows.
Oh, that's
It's
not
just-
even a real van. That's a minivan.
Yeah, it was on its last legs. The only thing that were still working in it were the transmission, the engine, and the heater.
The only crime you can commit
air
with a
conditioning
caravan
device-
is buying it.
No, the chassis was okay, but aside from that, the rest of it was falling apart because we hadn't used it in years.
Hey, Night Strike, when you drove it to the mall, did you have to go in and hold your mom's purse?
Funny.
Thanks.
Nathan, does your wife wear the pants and the shorts in your family?
She wears it all. She's right over there, and I'm scared now. You dropped the subject. I don't need her flying in. He asked if you wore pants, and I said yes.
I'm wearing pants, yes.
She's got knee-high boots on, too, so.
Oh, man, you're screwed.
Me.
You're screwed. No, the joke is, guys, sometimes, you know, Nathan's wife will hear us talking, and out of nowhere, she'll just go and smack him.
Sometimes I'll talk like a bigger man than I am, and then she just comes in from the side, and I'm like, ah!
You know, like a Zero fighter, just out of nowhere.
Ah! She almost got me. Quit talking about this.
Wow, that's funny.
Where is it, Logan? I put it on.
Luckily, I can take a punch.
Well, just remember, take it rolling.
You didn't put it where I said.
So, what are we talking about, guys? What kind of gun conversation were we talking about before I jumped in?
I don't even know if it was gun related.
We were talking about whether or not you should open carry a black powder revolver. What would be ironic is if I was arrested in Texas for open carrying by a Texas Ranger and I was open carrying my Walker revolver. That would be total irony.
Dude, if that, if you were in Texas and you had a carry license, because they have open carry, you just have to have a license. If they arrested you for
If you
carrying
have
a
a
black
concealed
powder
carry
revolver,
license from another state, you can open carry in Texas.
yeah, that too. So, if they went after you for carrying a black powder revolver, come on, what are they complaining about? Half the time the shots might not even fire, so it's actually safer than most guns.
No, I just meant the irony of having a Texas Ranger arrest me for carrying a Walker, which is was the standard firearm of the Rangers.
Well,
especially if it was one of Chuck Norris's offspring. Really ironic.
Well, then you'd have to give them a roundhouse kick.
So, Night Strike, in actual seriousness, do you know anything about the rules about mailing a black powder pistol that's not covered under, the normal NFA stuff? I mean, the normal federal stuff?
All black powder stuff is you're able to mail them wherever the hell you want, because the ATF does not see black powder anything as guns, as firearms. So if you wanted to send a black powder rifle, you could send it to someone. You want to send them a black powder pistol, you can send it to them.
But what if you sent it like regular postal service? Would you be risking them opening up and confiscating it and giving you a bunch of crap? Or should you send it UPS and put it down as a firearm?
No, you don't put it down as a firearm. You put it down as an antique.
I know there are rules when you send it via the UPS.
Yeah, with them,
UPS, they have firearm restrictions and stuff, and I could mail a rifle to you if I wanted to. But I'm wondering if they have rules about black powder, or if they classify.
No. What will you if they do ask? You're just telling me you're mailing a antique firearm that is, you say this to them just so that they'll mail it. That is inoperable, even if it's not, because the factor is it's not it's an antique, so therefore it's not required for an FFL. Because all black powder firearms today, you do not need an FFL for, period.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just wonder if the people in the mailing services know what they're doing. That's all I'm saying.
I wouldn't send it via U.S. Postal Service unless it was a rifle. If it was a handgun, like a revolver, a black powder revolver, I would send via UPS.
That's what I advise too, and Squibb agreed. So, not that it's going to happen. We're just speaking in hypotheticals.
So.
Well, Squibb, what do you want to carry this thing inside the waistband, or do you just want cowboy action? Because you can buy a cowboy action holster.
Well, that brings me to my next question.
Sure. Okay.
Can you make the holster as close as possible to the holster used by Clint Eastwood in the Outlaw Josie Wales? I know he had two of them, so I'd want a right and a left, because eventually I'd get a second Walker. If you had screenshots from the movie. No. He wore his walkers on his hips.
Yeah, because he had the one here on his left that he could draw the smaller one, and then he had the walkers.
He had the walkers on his left and his right. He had an 1860 Army that I think he could draw with his right hand from his belt, and then he had an 1849 pocket Colt he could draw with his left hand from under his arm.
Right.
Something like that. Yeah. So the rigs that he had there for his belt on his hips for these walkers, if I was able to print out some screenshots from the movie, could you try to finagle something?
Give me a second.
And Dusty's back. Oh, guys, don't all speak up at once.
Okay, fine, I won't.
Good.
I was gonna talk, but you told me not to.
No. It's okay for you to talk now. You can talk.
Well,
as
no,
much
I
as you
don't want to. You've just completely disheartened me.
And I was hoping you were going to tell us about your farm.
Hey, Squib. I'm looking at pictures of those holsters. Those are easy to make. Those are so easy to make. I mean, they're standard fold-over cowboy holsters. There's no design on them. The end of the barrel hangs out the bottom a bit. Yeah, that's like a beginner holster. That's not even advanced. And then the belt doesn't even have, because it's non-cartridge, it doesn't have the cartridge loops on it. So, yeah, I can easily make you that color and look and size and all that. Yeah, easy.
So if I sent you a belt with it, could you make it so they would fit the belt and so the leather would be close to the same color?
Yes. And if you sent the belt, I would just, for no extra charge, if I'm making you two holsters, I'll just include one of my own belts that's exactly matching because it's easier to do it that way.
Oh, well, you make belts too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, then I would just have you make all three. I would just have you make all three.
He does the whole shebang.
I make belts that you could tie a rope to and jump off a cliff, and you'd be okay, except for your back would be broken.
What about a cartridge pouch or something to hang a powder flask from?
You'd have to show me an image, but I don't think that'd be an issue. I know that building the little individual rounded cartridge holder things and hooking them to a belt, that's a pain in the rear end, but making a pouch is easy. Put a nice button on it.
You do leather stuff. I don't know most of that stuff.
Well, here, I'll send you a link to something real quick.
Wheeling and dealing on Gun Channel's lobby chat.
Hey, we're talking about classic firearms. We're talking about the outlaw Josie Wales. This is awesome.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just letting everyone know that things are happening here.
It's one of his best movies.
He had a couple good movies. I'm sorry, but that's
he's
not.
He's got a lot of good
movies.
No, it's up there with his best.
It is up there in his top 5 best. But yeah. I hate to say it, but one of his other movies also is in the top 5, and it's not a Western.
Heartbreak Ridge.
No.
Oh, you suck.
All right, gents.
No, wait. I know this one. The Rookie with Charlie Sheen.
No. Come on, guys. It's got Don Rickles in it.
Oh, Kelly's Heroes? Yeah.
Kelly's Heroes.
I thought you were going to say Paint My Wagon Red or something.
No. Good Lord.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Hey, it was good talking to you all, but I got to go for the night.
Have fun.
See you.
Drive safely.
So, Squib, look at that link I put in on the right-hand side. That's basically belt holster and double mag pouch for 1911.
That looks good.
Yeah, I make things that look pretty. Took a lot of practice. So like right now, I'm just making a whole bunch of, sorry, the light, making a whole bunch of these 1911 holsters. I'll see the way that I use a vacuum sealed bag to mold them. And they make them really nice. Get all the indentions in just right, not too deep and not too overly marked. So anyway.
Yeah, when did you start doing the vacuum stuff? You hadn't done that before. You were thinking about doing it. When did you start doing that?
I think I got my vacuums bag went down to Harbor Freight and got the vacuum suction machine maybe in November, but I really haven't messed with it till recently. And now I've got it down where I've got this. There's just a piece of wood that I've rounded off and smoothed out, and I can just sit there with it's a plastic, heavy duty plastic vinyl bag. I mean, not vinyl, polyurethane. And so it sucks all the pressure down onto the holster, and the plastic bag on the outside is real smooth. So I just gently work this piece of wood over the top of it and get all the little indentions and crevices into the holster. And then I let it dry, and it turns out really well.
Nice.
The way I used to do it is I just get the leather wet and I try to work it with just wood on top of the leather, and it'd leave marks, and there'd be mistakes, and I don't know. I wasn't very happy with it, but that polyurethane with the vacuum seal is just the right combination, because the plastic is so smooth that you don't really over mess any indentions as long as you're not pushing real hard. So anyway, it's an art form. I need to make a video on it.
Yes, on Sheepdog Leather's own YouTube channel.
Yes, that's in the works. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys.
He has to go get the belt out and whip those shitlins. He went and got the belt. He heard that. That's great. But yeah, Squib, Nathan makes everything by hand, and it's made in Texas, in the United States. It's one of the last things that are still made here. Still there, Squib?
I'm muted. I really didn't think you wanted to hear Grey's Anatomy in the background.
Well, at least we'd have some sound, but Anyways, but what's going on with you, Squib? You really want that Walker holster?
Yeah, eventually I want to get a second Walker, and then I will. Yeah. I don't know where I'll shoot it. I mean, my range will let me shoot from the holster, but I don't know. If I had two of them going, that's a lot of noise and a lot of smoke.
Sorry, I'm back.
And I'm looking here on a website called shippingeasy.com, and it says, let's see, USPS allowed arms for shipping. It says, let's see here.
Edge, is that you?
Classified as air guns, but do not fall within the definition of firearms. No, that's air guns.
Yes or no?
I am Edge's evil twin brother.
No, you're Edge.
Edge is the evil twin. You'd be the good one.
No.
Are you corner or middle?
I like to go for
Because I assume Edge is part of triplets.
There can only be one. We fought it once, and I had to kill the fucker. Can't be two of me.
Now, did you hold a giant sword saying there can be only one?
No, he drank his evil twin to death in a competition.
I can see that.
Well, I didn't want to get in details, but
Probably some bad tequila or something.
it couldn't hang. He could only bong 6 beers. He couldn't hit my 7.
Oh man, only 7? Jeez.
So what's going on tonight, gentlemen?
Not much. Just kind of waiting for G-Webs to start up the AK chat.
Ah,
You know, he's doing he's trying to do the AK-47 chats like every Thursday now.
okay.
So I'm waiting for that. And then we're talking about holsters and stuff because Nathan is back on the wagon.
Back on the wagon.
What? Wheel broke?
Well, no, he kind of took a pit stop because holidays and whatnot.
Oh.
He's on the road again.
Well, if you have any questions, I got a little knowledge of holsters.
Yeah, but do you have knowledge of making them out of leather?
No. I mean, I've seen some pretty examples, and but no, I'm not a. That's a skill set and a craft altogether. It takes many years to perfect in horn.
I gotta say, from what I've seen of Nathan's work, he does a pretty damn good job.
He's getting better for sure, man. I'm never seen anybody jump into that thing and jump into that kind of industry and just make the best right off the bat. They never had to do a Gen 2 or Gen 3. It's something you learn and everything gets better. Your stitching. Nathan's design for his 1911 holster is one of the best designs I've seen as far as the functionality of design. It's just really slick. The holster is some of my favorite holsters to wear. The 1911 was one of his first runs, but the design itself is really it's really good, man.
Now, did you get a thumb brake retention on that, or?
No, I wouldn't want one either.
Is that an outside or inside the waistband?
Outside.
Okay, so it's basically this holster. It's this holster right here, but I just cut the thumb brake piece off the
Zoom
top
out a little bit.
and I put a retention screw down here in the bottom that you can adjust. And then they're all suede lined, and the stitching is done with my.
It conforms really close to the body. The angle's right. If you like a cant, I like a cant. Angle's right, and it's really close to the body. For a leather holster outside the waistband, that's one of the most. I have a DeSantis one I've had before. That's one of the ones that really hugs in. Maybe it's because of my size, where I got a little give. But I don't know, somebody skinny I think would wear. As long as you're not wearing like a super tight shirt, it's gonna hide just well with the t-shirt.
Yeah, the way I cut the belt loopholes in it, when you put a belt on, it really hugs tight to your body, especially if it's 1911 because it's not as thick a gun, and it keeps it close to you even though it's outside your waistband. It's almost like an inside the waistband if you were carrying a double stack gun. I'm sorry, am I in your way?
Yeah, you really are.
Okay, I'll pick my feet up.
Don't hit him with the bird on the head live on TV.
Hey, that's entertainment here on Gun Channels.
Hey, I haven't said anything to get myself punched today. Be patient.
I don't punch you. Really?
It's like not in the face.
I've seen the replays on these things.
She's like, I don't punch him.
What is?
I bet you if I really wanted to, within 2 minutes, I'd have her punch me on there. But
As I said, she'd come out of nowhere like she does sometimes, like a Zero fighter. Well,
I you very hardly. Get it to your back. And hardly.
I can get my wife to throw something at me real quick. I can be like, hey, why don't you got any peaches? What? To go with them cottage cheese? Shit. And then she throws something at me. That's just me.
surprised you're still married.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty lucky. My wife's not very good at aiming when she throws things at me.
Did Nathan just get yelled at?
Yes, he did.
Of course.
Oh. I just came back to seeing you with like a you know, I don't know, weird look on your face, like, oh my god, I'm getting attacked.
Trash can. Okay.
And have you got any requests for any odd guns?
She's over there threatening to throw my kids' Nerf darts away.
Oh man,
In there.
you better watch that. It sounds like she's starting to get anti-gun.
Hey, I keep all my stuff locked up in a gun safe so that she
Do
can't.
it. Throw it at him.
You also have that safe bolted to the ground, right?
Yeah, that way she can't wrap a chain around and drive it off with it. Get out of the camera angle. My 11-year-old wants his own YouTube channel.
Tell him when he's 14 he can have one.
I know, you got to be 13 according to the Child Protection Internet Act or something.
You got to tell him there's only one superstar in the family. Only one superstar in this family.
Yeah,
Well, I mean-
there's only room for one Nathan's Armory.
He really needs to start off as like a cameraman, I think. That would be very helpful.
Well, dude,
Tell him to get back to work and sewing those holsters.
My
Right.
12-year-old, my cameraman when we go out, and then, you know, I've been on shoots. I'm like, hey, don't talk shit to my cameraman. She'll kick your ass. She's 12, but she's vicious.
Well, the problem is my son, his work ethic is on my side of the family, not the Asian side of the family. So he's not very good at doing stuff.
Oh man.
Ah,
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
here it comes.
Incoming!
Nice to one thing.
We told him to get in the shower 10 minutes ago. He's still arguing.
Comes a pot of hot coffee.
He's just stalling, that's all.
He's stalling.
I'm not muted, sorry.
Turn the shower on. Just pick him up and throw him in.
It's not that easy.
Well, you got to throw the little one in the bath.
See what you did. You ran him off.
He'll be back. He always comes back. So what's going on with you this week, Edge? What's going on your chat tomorrow? Any spoilers?
Okay, my microphone finally unmuted. Sorry. My chat tomorrow. I don't know. It's always kind of interesting to come with the topic. We did SHOT Show 2 weeks ago, and then Finn got in last weekend, and he wanted to talk about his experience at SHOT Show first time there. So we covered that. I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe current
I think
events.
I was
and
in that one for a little bit.
little current events, little guns, and you know, but I always wanted to get a Marlin 30-30 lever action. It's one of the guns or rifles I get, but I actually got to sell a rifle to come with some cash. I got to pay some bills.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, that I have a 22 Marlin lever action, and dude, that is the funnest rifle I have out at the range, hands down.
I still got that Henry I won a ways back, but I sold it to a friend. I've had it for over a year. Never shot it. It's just in the gun socket in my safe, and that guy still hasn't collected it for me, and he's paid for it. I was thinking about buying it. You know, I'll give your money back and just keeping it, but even though it's fun, I really want a 30-30 Marlin, an older model, and so I'd rather spend those $300 towards that instead of keeping a 22 that I'm going to shoot every now and then. They're fun to plink, like Nathan's saying, yeah.
I took the 11-year-old out the other day with ARs and the 22 lever action. Guess what his favorite gun was? I had 3 ARs and a suppressor on 2 of the ARs, or well, it could be switched off to either AR. He shot all 3 ARs with the cans and without the cans. And guess what he's doing? He's over there using the 22 to knock down the steel plates.
Hey,
Well,
I
kids are
want to
funny
get your opinion
because
on you guys' opinion on this. I'm looking at possibly getting, not either this year or maybe next year, getting a Mossberg 464. What do you think?
Oh, the tactical lever action?
No, not the tactical lever action, just the regular one.
Oh, okay. Oh, not the SPX.
No, not the SPX, just the regular 464. That's just just has wood on it. It literally almost looks exactly like a Winchester 94.
They make a good rifle. There's nothing wrong with them. And it's just some people are more classic. They want to go with older Winchesters, depending on what caliber, or they want to go with Marlin, the older series Marlin, for whatever reason. But I mean, compared to modern guns that are made, I think they're okay.
Doesn't it look like a Winchester, but it feeds like a Marlin?
Yeah.
Or ejects like a Marlin?
I don't know. It looks like a 94 with some changes to the bolt, I think, but it does just shoot 30-30. So I was looking getting a 464 and 30-30.
It looks like it kicks them straight out the top. Am I wrong on that? Does it kick the cartridges when you fire and then put?
I've not fired one.
I'm going to find a YouTube video and see.
I wanted to say that I thought I heard the Mossberg. It looks like the Winchester, but there was some feature on it that was similar to a Marlin. I can't remember if it was how you feed the rounds into the tube or how they eject or something like that. I don't remember specifically.
My opinion, Mossberg, and I've never heard negative reviews about the rifles. It's just they're overshadowed because they're more renowned for their shotguns than their rifles. That they don't really get a fair shake in the market because when you're talking about budget rifles, most people go Savage.
Well, the thing about this is I can get a 464 just in the area for like $390, about $400. So I was looking at it.
I've always liked, there's two guns that I've always been real keen on, 1911 and lever actions, because I grew up watching, those and all those stuff, the shows and, the old Western shit I had to watch my dad watching Gunsmoke or Bonanza all day. And, or back in the day. But, what is it? I was talking to one of my buddies, because I was thinking about buying a hunting rifle. And a lot of people that are not avid hunters buy a nice hunting rifle or a decent hunting rifle. And just sits in the safe, and they take it out, maybe shoot a couple times a year, or maybe go hunting every once in a while. And he was telling me, hey, man, just get a lever action, dude, because right here in Texas, South Texas, where we're at, you're never going to hit anything really past 100 yards for the most part. We're not up on the mountains or up on these hills that you're going to be picking something off at 300, maybe 400, maybe 500 yards.
Yeah, but this is a lever action, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm stipulating my interest of why I'm really getting into wanting to get a lever action as a primary hunting rifle or the hunting rifle that I got, and then move on from there if my needs grow.
Right. I just kind of wanted a lever action. I don't have one in my collection yet, and I figured, might as well get one that I can find ammunition for available, and just have fun with. You
can be like Arnold on your bike, riding your scooter and flipping.
How do you even know I have a scooter?
I don't know. I'm presuming by your horrible haircut you have.
Very funny.
Whoa. Edge. Don't insult his scooter. It's called a Segway.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, yeah. Off-road bad boy. See, I thought we were talking about
He's got mud tires on his Segway for his farm.
Oh, God damn it, guys.
I thought we were talking about a Yamaha Townie like I used to have when I was a tween. A Yamaha Townie. Wasn't a moped because it had a kickstart, but it looked like a moped.
Yeah, I've got a moped. I've got two of them. One of them doesn't run.
Hey guys, what do mopeds and fat girls have in common?
They both like to get ridden.
They're fun to ride, but you don't want to have your friends catch you on one.
There you go. Yes.
There you go.
I've been grizzly hunting once or twice back in my day when it was too cold to leave the bar alone.
You sure Night Strike doesn't have a Vespa? Vespa.
Those are worth a lot of money, man. If you fix them up, I understand.
No, I don't have Vespas. I've got two Chinese scooters.
So wait, Night Strike, let me confirm this. You have an old minivan hit by lightning and you have 2 notepads in your possession?
Yes.
Oh man.
I got rid of the minivan. I donated that, so it's technically not in my possession anymore.
I'm sure G-Webs appreciated that.
Not at all.
No, G-Webs has like an 18 van.
Yeah, G-Webs has an 18 van. This was like a 96 Dodge minivan.
Did he buy a new van?
No. He's just trying to fix up the current one.
Oh, good luck to him on that. But I remember my dad, when we were living in Laredo, he worked for the consulate at the warehouse where everything gets shipped to Mexico before it leaves the States, and they have to tag it and all that shit for diplomatic pouches on shit. And one time this car was there and it got sat there for like 3 years, and they finally he had to contact the owner of the car and say, hey, you need to come pick it up, dude. We can't just fucking hold this for free for 3 years, fucking store it. He's like, you know what, do me a favor, sell it and give me half what you get. I don't care what you get for it. So my dad's all, oh, fucking slick deal. I'll just give him $200. So I sold for $4. And it was an 82 Oldsmobile Cutlass Calais diesel. And man, and he thought he got a fucking steal on that thing. He put so much money in that fucking car, trying to get that diesel. All the glow plugs would burn out. Those were the worst diesels ever made. Those early 80s GM diesels. And then he ended up, dropping a gasoline engine in their 4-barrel carburetor. And that's when that car fucking hauled ass, because it was a tank, iron fucking tank. You remember, if you're young enough or old enough to remember driving your dad's Olds. And but that turned into a fucking beast of a car. But it drank too much gas after that.
Yeah, my dad didn't have an Oldsmobile. He had a Ford, like in 1980 Ford Fairmont.
We had 2 of those, or one of those actually once. My grandma gave my dad her old car once when she bought a new one. We had nasty. Those are the ugliest fucking cars ever. Oh my god.
Yeah. This one was awful. It was white, and it had like the ugliest blue-green leather seats that you've ever seen in your life. And here's the thing: I lived in Phoenix, Arizona. We lived in Phoenix, Arizona when we had that, and I tell you what, those seats were fucking hot when you let that thing out in the sun.
We had a white one with an orange top, like the cheap material tops they put on them. And it's funny because a lot of cops use those like for not for cop cars, but the detectives would have to drive those around, or those fucking Dodge Diplomats, those ugly ass cars for their work cars, to do their errands or do their work. But yeah, it's a nasty fucking car. It was stupid. It ran like shit too. Well, not like Nathan's Ford Raptor.
After he switched it from diesel to gas, did that red light on the dashboard stay on that said water and diesel?
I don't remember, but I just remembered that because that car drove like shit. He replaced the glow plugs, and they're like $8 a pop, and there was 8 of them. It was an 8-cylinder, and he replaced the glow plugs like 3 fucking times, and it would never just work right. And all in all, when it was said and done, after he put the gasoline engine in there, that 350 he put in there, whatever it was, 4-barrel carburetor engine, and he had like $2,000 into it. And I was like, how'd that $200 car turn out, champ? Like, shut the fuck up. I was like, yeah, because I used to drive that car. And, he lent it to me to go pick up, go out and my chick or whatever. And I remember I went to one party where all these rich kids were at. And they were making fun of me. Hey, hold on, buddy. You got to dock your boat here. You got to dock the boat.
Hey, Edge, have you ever looked into biodiesel?
I've heard it's pretty cool. It's not for everybody. Willie Nelson likes it.
I just figured you could plug a hose into your gut and hook it to your car and drive to work.
No, I just right up the ass, dude, and I'll just fucking methane all day.
Yeah, but you'll have to convert your truck to natural gas then.
Yeah, methane all day, and they're like, oh shit. It's that Chick-fil-A. That usually works out for me. Chick-fil-A's brutal on the gut.
Honey, I got to go to work tomorrow. More refried beans.
No, dude, I'll tell you, Chick-fil-A, I don't know what it is. When I used to work at that, when I was managing that tech shop, they'd be like, hey, boys, I had Chick-fil-A. Like, oh, shit. It's fucking dude. We have to put up with this shit till he's the boss.
What does Chick-fil-A do to you? I mean, it doesn't
I
do
don't fucking know, but whatever it does, it tastes damn good. It just,
good, I mean, but it's not like, you know,
It's the gluten.
it's not like Mexican food.
the output is vicious for the on-takers.
I guess everyone's body reacts different. You know what the worst is, though? This is just a flashback. But guys who build your house aren't allowed to use the inside toilets. They're supposed to go in the outhouses, right? The what do you call it? Porta potties. Yeah. So what they do is they ninja dump in your brand new toilet. So when you go through to do the inspection, you're like, oh my God, because they can't flush because people will hear them. It's terrible. Sorry.
Is that a Texas thing?
I think it's probably everywhere. But I've never once, when my house was being built, ever came in and on a walkthrough didn't find a surprise in the bathroom that wasn't flushed.
See, I remember when I was a kid, my parents were buying their new house. I was like maybe like 4 or 5, and I was there running around upstairs, and you know it was under construction, and I knocked over a 5-gallon bucket of paint. Oh shit! Let me ninja my way down the stairwell without getting any paint on my feet, and let one of the workers get blamed for it. And yeah, I got away with it. And somebody probably got fired for that day, but it's all good.
All right, guys, I'm calling it a night. I'll talk to you later.
Later, Squib.
See you.
So Nathan, I imagine you. Nathan, let me see. It's dark.
Nah, he's not there yet. He'll be back.
Anyway.
So I actually did something I hardly ever do. No, don't even guess. Don't even guess, please. No, we're not guessing, okay? I'm just gonna tell you. Damn. This week I actually went and planned out and actually did, a planned hit or miss show, and apparently it worked out well. Figure that one out. Planning helps. Who knew?
It helps. I used to try to do a little bit of research, but again, it's having panelists also that you can depend on to come to join the show that are gonna help you support that panel. So, but yeah, it definitely helps to be prepared.
It does. I'm gonna have to do it more often, even though I love winging hit or miss because then it's true to the show. It's either hit or miss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised no one had ever used that name yet before. So
I used to call mine Edge Guncheck Gumbo, and then I remember one day he told me, I don't know why you call it gumbo. It should be menudo.
Shouldn't it be chili?
Could be, but then they already showed up in my house with bowls, and they'll be like, "Oh, come on now." But
Gumbo is more like Louisiana, isn't it?
Well, the reason I use gumbo is because gumbo, you talk to anybody, it's Creole, Louisiana, or from the parts, they'll say gumbo's gumbo. It's what you put into it. It's not. There's not really a recipe. It's just, and there's general recipes, but it's the most interesting gumbo is what you add to it. So I was like, and we used to have some pretty good turnouts, but there's a lot of people on YouTube doing chats now, so it's hard to get really people to pay attention anymore.
Yeah, that's true. I'm lucky to have 300 subscribers at least.
Well, shit, I'm talking about I used to get at least like anywhere from back in the day when I was doing the gumbos, we were doing like 50 or anywhere from 30 to about 60 listeners, and we would pop up to 100 sometimes. And then now, shit, if I'm lucky, I get 10 people watching the chat when it's live. But yeah,
I mean, I've noticed mine are going up a little bit. They're going between 20 and 30. So
that's not bad.
So it makes me happy.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only reason I do it is because people. I mean, honestly, I don't do it because I want to do a chat. And the only reason I've done it is because a couple people that I've ran into, one or two people have identified me, in public. Like, oh, I love the chats, man. It's like watching my work or listening to my work. I don't really watch them. There's something really to watch, It's really necessarily a podcast. It's just displaying a video, but there's not much to it other than that. Unless we're talking about, we're going to get into like videos and share stuff and this and that, a little bit of screen sharing.
Yeah, don't turn your camera on. You'll scare them.
Oh, I'm handsome, I know.
I'm just messing with you. I'm not being serious.
All right. I'll take it personal. Come on now. Been doing this long. I remember when I first, used to do chats and had people talk shit. And I fucking get a chat troll war with them. Man, your mama's so ugly. And then I'd be like, hold on, let me think about this. Your mama's so fat, she broke her leg. Gravy came out.
Your mama's so fat, she sat on $1 and made 4 quarters.
That's right. Your mama's so cheap, she squeezed an eagle to the quarter screens. She's quartered eagle.
Your mama's so fat, her blood type is Rocky Road.
That's right. If I had 2 of you, you wouldn't equal 1 worthless person. I'm going back to my managing days, so never mind.
Wow, yeah, you don't want to go back that far.
I used to inspire people.
You used to inspire people.
I have 2. Ha, 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 ha. 2 useless employees. Ha, ha, ha.
Wow. Just wow.
Hey, why don't you go outside and practice falling? I'll be right there. Huh? It's not very nice.
It's not, but it's hilarious.
Oh man, when we used to run a tech shop, we'd always give the new techs a little bit of hazing, but it's all off the cuff, and we'd like, hey man, did you get hey, so you're starting out? You got your software collection together? Yeah. Did you get the CDs? What CDs? Did you get the CDs? CDs nuts.
Wow.
Did you get 2 CDs?
Awful.
For one of them, I remember one of them because we had this guy that he's dead now, but you used to have to kind of go through him as the last part of it to see if he could become a technician. He was technically like an executive, and I worked under. And I tell him, hey man, when you go see Valdez, dude, one thing, dude, don't stare at his fucking neck. You're gonna be tempted, but don't stare at his fucking neck. Like, what happens with his neck, dude? Just telling you, you're gonna be in there, and you're gonna get uncomfortable, and he's gonna. And if you catch you checking his neck, he's gonna be like, what the fuck you staring at, dude? And you're gonna flunk the interview, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. And then they're like, oh shit, man, they got me all freaking out. And then the other thing we tell them, and the last thing, if Valdez asks you how many shooters were there at Dealey Plaza, don't fucking say 1 shooter, dude. He'll come off the fucking floor, dude. He'll flip out right there on you. What are you talking about? The Kennedy assassination, man. Don't say 1 shooter, dude. Just minimum 3. 3 will probably, he'll smile at you. You're one of the elk. But he'll come off the floor and you say 1, dude. What the fuck you mean 1 shooter? Fucking minimum 3. The fuck's wrong with you? Dude, I'm not fucking freaking out, no, man. No.
Did he even ask about the Kennedy assassination?
No, it was all bullshit. It's all bullshit. He's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to be a technician anymore. Yeah, it's not for everybody, kid.
I would say there was actually probably 5.
E. Howard Hunting or E. Howard Brown. What was the guy's name?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Harville, not him. I'm talking about the other guy. He was a known assassin for the Nixon.
No idea.
E. Howard Hunt, I think. E. Howard Hunt, I think was the name. And he was a known hitman for the CIA that freelanced, and he was supposedly in Houston at the time. Or not Houston, Dallas.
That should be a gun channels joke.
Fuck yeah.
Kennedy assassination, minimum of 3.
Minimum 3, dude. You fucking, what the fuck you think who the fuck you think you are? 2? Come on now. Saying the strip club minimum? Yeah, I remember one dude, he was like, yeah, I don't want to meet about this now. Well, you don't have to meet anymore if you died, but
Right.
well, it's funny once too, because I walked into the shop once, and then my wife was out of town, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna park her car, and I parked out back. Came into the back door, and I called somebody to ask me to let me in. So the back door's locked to the warehouse, and then I called one of the salespeople. You can pop the door open so I can get in. And one of the assistant managers comes in and is like, hey man, dude, you can't come through here, dude. Yeah, it's assigned personnel only or whatever. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. I calls you chaparro. I mean Spanish for shorty. I mean, shut the fuck up, dude. No, dude, I'm serious, bro. We can't fucking come in. You don't do jack shit all fucking day. You don't do jack squat, because I was his equivalent. You don't do jack fucking squat, and this is where you're gonna put your foot down. You're the doorman. And I go, seriously? I go, dude, get the fuck out of here. I got real fucking shit to do. I got to take your customers. Fuck off. I'm not letting this one go. Fucking live or die by the sword, sir. So then Valdez calls a little bit later, and at the time, again, the guy was an executive, and people feared him because he could get ruthless sometimes. And so he calls and like, hey, so and so, you got Valdez on line 3. All right, so I pick it up. I'm like, hey, what's going on? Blah blah. And we're talking tech updates, new tech, what's going on? Be aware, be advised. And then he comes up to me, what did Valdez want? That dude, I got into it. The assistant manager, I'm like, we had a long talk about you, bro. Let me tell you, it doesn't look good, man. Valdez is not unhappy. What do you say? I don't know if it's gonna work out, man. You're gonna have to work on it. Whatever, dude. I don't care. And then the fucking GM comes in a little bit later, and I get a page. Hey, so and so, come to the fucking office, or I need to talk to you. Come to the office. I go in there. Hey, what's this shit? I heard you're going over my head. You're talking about this. What are you talking about? Valdez called, right? Yeah. I talked to him. Yeah. Okay. So what's this shit you're going over my head? Didn't go over your head. He talked to me. He wanted to talk about tech. So little man came in and said that you ratted him out. He never came up in our conversation. I said, what are you talking? And he looked at me. Oh, dude, don't do that, dude. He was in here fucking freaking out, dude. Fucking John G's fucking writing us out, me writing out, man. He's going to get my fucking fired. Oh my God, what the fuck's gonna do? He fucking told me. I started laughing.
You should have told him, well, next time he shouldn't give me shit for opening the door for me.
Well, that's at the end of the conversation. He's like, dude, don't do that to me, bro. It's funny as shit, but he was like, fuck, he wouldn't stop grabbing my leg, dude. He was fucking terrified he's gonna get fired tomorrow. I don't know what. And then I'm setting him up, and I'm listening. I'm like, hey, little man needs to learn. You want to play chess? Don't bring your checker game. Get the fuck out of here. And he's like, just don't do it again, dude. I don't need that kind of shit. But it is funny as shit. Yeah, fuck off. And you go fuck your shit in his pants if Valdez is gonna fire him. I'm a bad guy, buddy.
That's hilarious shit right there.
I remember another one when because he was a tech at one time, that dipshit, but he didn't know shit about anything. And I don't know how he became a tech, but because we don't just make anybody techs at that shop yet, that cannot be proven. And one day the soda machine, they stopped paying the guy to and you have a guy who is a Coke machine, puts in your place, usually services it if it fails. And they decided, well, we'll just buy the machine outright and we'll do it our own. And he's fucking with the solenoid and trying to get one of the solenoids to pop. And I told him, hey, man, that's fucking high voltage, bro. I wouldn't fuck with that. So I know what I'm doing. Stays there, and he's there fucking dicking around with it. And I come right behind his head and do a big ass clap Fucking what the fuck? Fucking fuck! The fuck, dude! God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Go to hell, you bastard! I scared the shit out of him, dude. And it was what sucked about it was, man, he was dancing like a fucking chicken on a hot plate. But what sucked about it is the door of the soda machine was open, blocking the camera view, so we couldn't watch the replay. And so I was telling everybody about it. The people that were there were laughing their fucking ass off. But I was trying to show the boss. I go, check this shit out. This is good. I go, God, fucking damn it, dude. The fucking soda door blocking him. You know, the best parts of it, you know, fucking flipping out because he sprung like that, like he got electrocuted. It was pretty funny shit. He used to fuck with that dude all the time. He's probably has a nervous issue now.
Yeah, we got one of those nervous tics.
Mm-hmm. Talking to fucking John G.
So, shit.
Try to run a healthy environment for people to learn from each other and prosper as a team to get together our goals to improve our technology.
Bullshit, that never happens.
Well, that's what I said. Got a couple raises out of it.
That's what they say just to look nice on paper or, you know, to corporate, but it never happens.
I'm a team player. Hey, tell this fuck to get away from me before I slap him again. Yeah, it's interesting. When you're in the service industry and you deal with people and then there's things you never understand, like when you deal with somebody with multiple personalities or Alzheimer's. And, you know, they call you back like every 10 minutes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm calling you on my computer. Sir, I just talked to you about 10 minutes ago. You did? Yeah? How are we doing? We're good, sir. You were happy last time I talked to you, and I will call you as soon as it is ready to go and have you pick it up. Okay, thanks for being understanding. Yes, sir. And I'll look forward to our conversation in 10 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, you get some weirdo chick to call me once. Like I helped her out. I just did whatever was on the ticket. You know, can you resolve this issue? I'm like, okay. And then she's this old lady who's very disturbed and multiple personalities. And she comes up, thank you so much. Now I have proof. I have proof that the CIA is messing with my computer, and you proved it. You're a hero. Let me tell you, you're a hero. I want you to be a hero. And I'm like, okay. Do I get lunch out of this, or maybe a sandwich? Something.
I would be afraid of the sandwich.
Yeah, well, she was just like, and she was going on. She was sincere, dude. She was completely sincere. And I was like, and you have to hold a straight face without laughing, you know, falling and laughing down. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. Yeah. Okay. That's the biz.
That's why I only answered the phones, because then I could put it on mute and just fall on the floor laughing without getting yelled at.
Yep.
And no, I've actually gone out and done work for it. So yeah. But I haven't had anybody that crazy.
Well, I was that same lady. She brought her computer later, and that's when I figured out she had multiple personalities because she kept calling different times, different voices, and she had like multiple accounts on her computer when you log in, and that's when I figured out those multiple accounts were her multiple personalities. And I was like, you know, okay. And one would be Sheila, Geisha Girl, Lady, and something else. And I'm like, your dog got an account on the computer? You know how many people have their dogs and they call them Lady? Whatever. And I was like, okay. So I'm gonna wrap this one up real quiet. You know, don't want much interaction.
Just make it work and move along.
The worst one I ever saw was with this dude, man. You typically don't want to, you know, scroll through people's accounts and their pictures or whatever. Quotation marks, air quotation marks. But this one dude, man, you didn't even go like in the pictures. It was like in documents. You opened it up, and the most grotesque, gay, fucking hardcore porn you'd ever seen. It was like there wasn't just, you know, I never really watched gay porn before, so I couldn't be a judge. But this was abominable stuff, like hardcore. And then we had one guy that was the manager was gay. We're like, oh, let's get our local resident here. And another way, can you look at this and tell me, is that average? Well, that's kind of average. A gay would look at. A gay guy would look at. And he's like, oh, well, that's a little extreme. Yeah, I can see where you're. I'm like, this is all fucking whatever to me. And so then and then on top of that, his computer had he had a really nice laptop at the time that had a really nice screen that had a glamour shot of his face. So the whole time he's staring at you like a close up, and it's fucking disturbing. You know, oh shit. So then I was off the day he came to pick it up, and one of the guys is a real Christian-oriented kind of redneck dude. Hey man, that guy said pick your computer, and he's like, hey, what's going on? Well, I don't want to talk to him. Well, you're the tech on duty. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah, man, but he wants to talk about his pictures. I'm like, well, have fun with that shit. You know, have fun with that. You know, with the freaking big ass chain balls coming out some dude's ass. You know, he's like, you want to see my pictures? I'm like, and he's like, no, sir, that's not necessary. That's not necessary.
It's like, my brother, he did tech support for Frontier. You know them?
Can't say I do.
They're a telephone company like AT&T and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, he had to do with the tech support when Hurricane Sandy came through, and a lot of their lines are right over there. So someone was calling him from one of the states that got hit like the hardest, and he was talking to this lady, and then just the phone cuts out. So he calls her back because they're required to, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. My generator cut out." And my brother, he said he muted the phone and said, "Well, maybe that's why your internet isn't fucking working in the first place, because there's no power anywhere else but your house."
Yep. Man, it's fucking crazy, man. When you get to people that don't even know how to maneuver a mouse, and then you remote their computer, or like, and you guide them to help you remote their computer, and they're like, "What are you doing? You're moving the mouse." Yeah. I don't like this. I don't like you're invading my space. I don't know what you're seeing. I'm like, ma'am, I don't have control of what you're saying. But my husband's very upset when he finds out about this. Ma'am, I am at this point with you because you don't know how the basic function of a computer, or else I could have walked you through it over the phone. You know, the egg's on your face, not mine. You know, what the hell, dude?
There was another one where, you know, a guy called him to set up his modem, and he was at McDonald's. It's like, no, sir, you have to be at your place of residence in order to set up your modem. You can't set it up at McDonald's. And he's like, are you sure? And he's like, hold on, let me go ask them. Yeah, they won't let me plug it in.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some guys who come in and call in. Like, one dude called me once, like, yeah, it's about one of your computers, and I got home and went in Office. Everything loaded up fine, but Office is asking for a key. Oh, yes, sir. There's a white box, yeah, with all the software and your power cords, all your accessories. It has your, there's a little envelope in there that has your key. Well, I threw all that shit out right when I left the store. I just threw it in the freaking, you know, I just threw it, so I got home and threw it away, you know. So can you go dig and find that? No, I threw it. That's like a week ago, man. I'm sorry. I've been busy. I gotta do shit. And I'm like, well, sir, your key to your office is in that particular, wherever you left it, and it's now gone. So you're saying I'm shit out of luck? You're saying I'm up shit creek without a paddle? I didn't phrase it like that, sir. It's not the exact verbiage I used, but you are left without a key. And you know what? I don't like you hang up on me and they call my boss. Yeah, your tech needs some work, man. You talking shit to me. I'm like, no. And they come in and ask me. I'm like, no. I just told them that his situation is this. Shit out of luck. Well, there you go, buddy.
No, I've got another one. It's the last one from the things my brother has told me doing Frontier tech support. Some guy in northern Arizona called him up because his DSL modem died on him, and they told him they're gonna send him a new modem. He can just throw the old one away. And he's like, so you don't want me to send it back? And my brother said, no, you can just throw it away. So he's like, I'm gonna take it out back and shoot it. And he literally went out the back, threw it out in the back, it sounded like a revolver, my brother said. Took his revolver out and shot the damn thing in his backyard over the phone.
Yeah, we used to have people all the time, and they'd call you and like, yeah, I'm just, there was some stupid shit, a couple of things I can think of. Like one, I was like, these kids are like 16 or 17, and they're like, yeah, can you fix my laptop so it'll sync properly to iTunes? Because I'm going to Europe. We're going to Europe for 2 weeks, and it's gonna be a real bummer if my iTunes doesn't work. And man, I'm just like, dude, you're going to fucking Europe. What the fuck do you care about your fucking iPod working? With your goddamn thing. You should be happy. You're 16 years old, 17 years old. You want to fucking Europe? Are you serious? Well, where I went. The biggest vacation my parents ever took me when I was finally 19 or 18. They took me to Disneyland, promised to me back till I was 3, and finally fulfilled that at 17 years old. And you're going to goddamn Europe, and you're worried about your damn fucking iPod? Yeah, I'd be absorbing culture and having fun with it,
I would tell him to make sure he gets the fucking travel set, otherwise he can't recharge it.
Yeah, that too.
Because they don't use the same outlets out there. They're all different and wonky.
The worst one, not the worst one, but the one I had, it was really hard to keep a straight face, but I did, man, was this guy told me, hey, my dad owns a construction company or whatever, and when I have to go do all the research for all the sites we're going to work on, and I have this video and somehow it got erased, man, so I need you to do recovery on my hard drive and see if you can find that video, dude, and I need it bad, dude. He said, nah, my dad's going to be so pissed I'm not going to get paid this month. All right, so he paid like $250 to do the recovery, and then I recovered it. What recovered him was him fucking his neighbor's chick, and fucking a bunch of like fucking dirty ass shit, fucking blowjobs and everything, fucking and getting nasty with the neighbor's chick, because there's pictures on his hard drive of him and his wife, and it wasn't his wife. So then I tell him when he comes in, I'm like, and he's really weird, man. He's a really weird guy altogether. He looks at me. So, and I told him I couldn't find it, dude. I looked everywhere, and all we found was this video, and I showed it to him, and he's like, "That's not it, bro. I'm like, well, that's all we could recover. We did a deep search on that drive. That's what we recovered, and we have pretty good software. I'm not saying we're that's what we do for a living, but we manage." So, and he looks at me. Did you see any other videos on there, bro? And I'm like, oh shit. I'm trying to keep a straight face. No, sir. Only the ones that are you had to deal with your request that you had. We don't research anything else. Are you sure, dude? Are you straight with me? I'm trying to keep a straight fucking face. All right, dude. I saw you getting your dick sucked by your neighbor. And I was like that, and he's like, "Yeah, dude. You know what? I think you know a little. I think you know what I'm talking about. But it's cool, dude. It's cool, bro." I'm like, "Whatever, dude."
But it's your shit, not mine. I don't care.
Don't put anything on the computer you want nobody to watch. And one of the stupidest things was when I had a fucking copter in the background. Come on.
They're looking for you, man. They are looking for you.
They can't find me. Nobody can find me.
Edge, seriously, man. Come on, just turn the light on. No, they seriously can't miss you.
I just passed an Irish guy. How you doing, Lassie? Not bad. I'm doing bad. You know what it is?
Okay, stop that. No, don't do that again. I already heard the story.
It's exactly. I just walk away.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's been there, done that. And the one thing is when you get the hot chick, man, that shows up to the counter and she's dropping off her computer for her service. It's called the RMA counter, and then they're like, and they tell you like, you guys don't look at any pictures, right? You don't do that, right? And they're like, of course not, man. Not anything that's not has to do with the service ticket.
Bullshit.
And the RMA guy would tell us, hey, dude, fucking 9, dude. JPEG search right away. They connected. Damn. I mean, you're like, whoa, man. Just having Fun.
Yeah. Uh-oh, we're giving away all the tech secrets. Oh, no.
Oh, like one time I remember we recovered this dude's data. He's like, yeah, I lost all this data and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay. We didn't specify what it was, but we just did a recovery. And then we're like, okay, yeah. And it was a bunch of fucking porn, like 20 gigs or 30 gigs that he actually put in a folder in the C drive and inside the program files, which is very odd because you typically don't store, you don't create folders in there. You know, the operating system does.
Oh, I know.
So then, and then we give it back to him. Like, okay, so we got your stuff. He comes back next day, you know, with the warranty claim. Like, hey, you guys recovered my porn, but you didn't recover, you know, what I wanted. And we're like, well, we like to be discreet, so we thought that's what you wanted. And he's like, no. There's another folder I have. And they're like, okay, you specified it. And we're like, okay, well, yeah. Well, then we found it for him and got it for him. But it was funny because he tried to hide it in the fucking program files.
He's like, you recovered the good stuff, but I need the other stuff.
Yeah, I need my tax documents for the past 20 years, whatever long. I was like, okay, whatever, dude. I think the other one that was funny is the one when I first started is back when people were still on dial-up, transitioning towards high speed. It's this one grandma brings in her computer, her grandson's computer, and they have a dedicated line like a lot of people did for dial-up back in the day for the computer. The son and we find like 20 gigs of porn on the computer, and that's a lot for dial-up. And that's a long accumulation of time and downloading. So then we tell her, yeah, well, part of the problem that, you know, it was virus infected because of some unsavory websites that were visited. So what does that mean? We're like, well, your grandson went to some adult content websites. So he had a couple pictures, like, man, he had 20 gigabytes of porn on dial-up. She was like, so what does that mean? Your son's a very, very persistent person. Your grandson's a very persistent person. And he's very passionate about his porn. To break it down. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to talk to him about this because that's awful. Well, you have a great day. You have a blessed day.
Oh, that shit's always funny to hear.
I think the stupidest one I ever saw was when a guy brought in the motherboard and the ATX socket on the motherboard was fried. It was like literally burnt, charred. Like the socket itself was melted. About a good half of the socket was melted where the power supply connects. And then we tell him, hey, buddy, he's like, oh man, I need you guys to, you know, so you can put a new socket on this board. Are you crazy, dude? This board's fried. Like, nah, dude, you just need a new socket. He's like, oh, that's my favorite board, dude. We've been through this board, man. We've been through a lot of shit together, man. I'm like, and he's like 16, and his mom's some fucking trailer trash, and the mom's like just doing whatever he says. I'm like, no, dude, you understand how electricity works? So much electricity was pumped into here that so much heat was created that it melted the board. Do you understand basic electricity? Like, okay, that means that this board suffers so much, was overloaded with electricity. The whole shit's fried. There's no way this one issue is the power supply, you know, connecting to the motherboard. And he just wouldn't listen to me. I'm like, okay, dude, what do I know? You know, I just studied electronic engineering, but you know, okay. It's like, oh no, dude, you guys are just being stubborn. You don't want to work with me. I'm like, no, we don't, because there's nothing to work with. We'll do the work, and at the end of the day, you're not going to have another. We don't. All the parts we carry, we don't carry ATX connectors for motherboards. It's like, you know, sorry, dude. And we carry quite a bit of parts, and more than anybody else. But and he just wouldn't hear it, dude. He's all emotional about the board. And he started fucking cursing his mom in front of us. We're like, hey, dude, you need to clean your language up.
Yeah. I build all my computers.
That's what do I. My shit's kind of ancient now. I mean, the one I'm running right here is a dual core AMD 3600 is like 3.6 times 2, 8 gigs of RAM. And
The only
it
issue
does
is I don't build my laptops. All my laptops I buy, so.
I've built a laptop before when we used to build them, and I serviced them, but yeah, it's just there's not much money into it because back when laptops were appreciated, $1,000 laptop, and we built a more elite laptop, you know, people were interested in it. But now people want to buy a $300 laptop, and a $1,000 laptop is considered elite, you know, for a PC, and then that market's gone.
It's because it's just, people just want the cheap.
Yeah, people would buy our laptops because they because we backed it up with our tech services, so they could come in and have more specific requests without giving that. Well, that could be wear and tears, and that we back it up with a pretty solid warranty, and that's it. Into my time there is when the guy who was running the show altogether was like, fuck technicians. I don't give a shit about them. I'm like, well, then go fuck your computers, because nobody's gonna buy these PCs is built, clone built PCs, and pay a premium for them without the tech support. They're just gonna buy Dells all fucking day, dude. And I do kill that company. Probably the only reason they're in business because it's one of the few places you can buy a laptop hard drive or some more of your hardcore gear that you can't get without ordering online if you need it today.
Yeah, there's been more than one company that died because of an asshole like that.
He's a bean counter. He thinks he's smart because he can fucking count, multiplies 3 or fucking 4 digit multiplication. And I told him once, like, that's cool and all, but they have calculators. It's like getting an abacus out and saying you're the best abacus guy. There's just no need for it anymore. And I'm not saying that there isn't an appreciation for that kind of knowledge, but it's we're beyond that. And he ain't like that shit.
Yep. All right, Edge. I'm gonna go chill for a little while. Wait for the AK chat to start, and
I want
jump in that
one.
if I can.
I told you it's okay, Joe. I'm ready to go to the chat now, so you can start it up.
No, he's waiting for I think Tack Daddy to finish his show.
You can start it up, Joe. I'm good. And so is Mike. So we're ready to go, buddy. Just fire that bad boy.
Well, Edge, how many AKs do you have?
0.
What the hell do you need to be in the chat for?
It's about the respect.
Even I've got an AK, and I build ARs all the damn time.
Mm-hmm. Well, AKs, I got nothing against them. I just never got around to buying one. But the first time I really wanted to buy one was kind of shitty timing, and then the second time I just got into AR so much I like them. I've shot them. I have friends that let me shoot theirs, and they're awesome rifles. I think they're great products.
I had shitty timing too, but luckily I bought one off of Foos.
Did it smell like Arkansas?
The magazine smelled a little funky, but that's probably why it wouldn't fit in the first place. Because he just grabbed a couple magazines and threw them in the box. He didn't look at them. So the first mag I take out of the box, I don't look at, because I just assumed that he actually knew what he was throwing in the box. Try to jam this mag in, it won't go in for shit. I go and look at the mag. It's like, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Guess what it says?
What?
545 by 39.
No, there you go.
And he sold me an AK that was 762 by 39.
I sent him he's a friend of mine on Facebook. I sent him a link on this thing I saw. It's meme. It says like Arkansas dinner. What's for dinner time in Arkansas? It says it's a box. It looks like hamburger helper, but it's a squirrel helper.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And he's like, "Yep, just what I was thinking about tonight. What goes good with squirrel?"
though you know Tony, Tony York, who's here on Gun Channels, he also eats squirrel.
I've never had squirrel.
He hunts it. He
I
hunts.
hear-
He hunts it and he eats it.
It's fatty. That's what I hear. But other than that, I remember my dad they used to place in San Antonio. It's called Quick Rabbit, and they used to serve rabbit. It's one of the only places way back in the day, like in the '80s, to serve rabbit. And we never got around to going there. But my dad told me rabbit's fucking good. It's good shit. I've never eaten it myself.
Rabbits. I've never had rabbit either, but when I was in high school, I saw this one video by that one dude that makes documentary videos. Okay, the fat dude with glasses and always wears a baseball cap and ultra liberal.
Michael Moore.
Yeah, it's by one of him. It was a documentary he did on Detroit.
Yep.
And
Lent or whatever.
He did a documentary on Detroit, and we had to watch it in school for some reason. And I remember the whole thing where there was this one lady who just bred rabbits just so she could club them to death and skin them and sell them for the meat. I am not kidding.
Well, there's people in India that's their livelihood is smoking out rats out of holes. The rat guy.
She bred rabbits to do that, and I was like, okay, I don't need to see her killing rabbits, in school. There's so many other things I could see in school. This is not one of them.
Sure, it's rabbits are cute. They're fuzzy little things. Some are nice, and some are even smart, and some are dumb with a stump. Just like dogs. But I'm not Korean, so.
Sure, that's not Vietnamese.
If that's all they have to eat.
Maybe North Korean, but not South Korean.
If you can't feed people in North Korea, there ain't no dogs.
Wow. That's just wrong.
It's like, horses are in Vietnam. They don't exist, and the cows there are skinny as shit. Or I think they call them water buffalo or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, man. Well, do your thing, man, and have a good night.
All right. See you later. Take it easy.
Cast her out. Cast her out. Cast her out. Cast her out. Come on! Cast her out. Cast her out. The Lord created a flood to cleanse the earth. 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Our method has taken a little longer, but the result will be the same. A world ready for the righteous and the pure to inherit.
Someone's watching us.
Reverse polarity of the turbine.
That's when I would run through the turbine. Right when they reduce the polarity. Almost fell into the turbine.
The Umbrella High Command, waiting out the apocalypse in safety. Those are the rich, powerful.
Fucking rich and powerful. There's no arc in it through the apocalypse.
What are you doing?
Give me a hand.
She's gonna laptop their ass with a chip. I'm gonna go computer chip and a laptop is gonna take care of this business.
Hello, hello. Anybody home? G-Webs, you asleep?
Working.
Time is running out, Alice.
Ah, no touching. The trinity of bitches, united in their hatred.
Time is running out, Alice.
Ah, no touching. The trinity of bitches.
Huh? Yeah.
Can you pause that for a minute or no?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a question for you. Something I noticed earlier tonight. And I know you got plenty on your plate. It's just an awareness thing. If I type a comment to somebody else on the main page, somebody else's page, that unless I click somewhere else on the white area, once I'm done typing, the post comment button will not appear.
Yep, I saw that too.
Okay. I just want to make sure you were aware of that. That's all. And yeah, and I'm sorry to be bugging you about something that I'm sure you've heard several times already.
That's all right. Be nice to get it to where that's just a system somewhere and people type it into a place instead of, I don't know, assuming I like have a little white paper tabs or something that this is software that is well beyond what any individual codes anymore. This is teams of people. So those kind of things that come up or whatever are going to come up for every person who's using this thing on every instance of it. So that's got to be hundreds of thousands of people. So it's we're relying on their infrastructure of tickets and updates and all that kind of thing. So every once in a while, something like that is something that's user or end user, I guess, malleable or editable. But for something like that, I wouldn't even know anymore. Honestly, I wouldn't know where to even begin looking for the coding glitch that makes something like that happen.
Oh yeah, I don't look at it as you're the guy to fix it. It's just you're the person to that can contact.
Right, that's what I mean. That's where I need to put into a ticket system or something in there, or have enough mods where there's like a place where people go to just list them.
Right.
And then somebody to come through.
I put a thing on the main page earlier, and it's not about did you read it, but I'm just curious more of your opinion. And that's where Trump is against the Johnson Amendment, which prohibits tax-exempt organizations such as churches and other places of worship from directly or indirectly participating in any campaign in favor or against a political candidate. To me, that's not it doesn't ring of a good thing unless I'm reading it wrong. It's like, I really dig this whole separation of church and state thing.
Well, preventing a church from backing a politician, is that separation of church and state?
Well, I guess that's also part of the question, which I don't know. I mean, I always viewed it as, I realized there were pastors that were already doing this for decades.
I mean, you don't want government to be a weapon, right? So if people who don't have a majority view, or I guess that's the way to say it, right? A majority view or an established view, are able to use government as a bludgeoning implement against people who have established views, then that's not what it's for either. So if they are able to stifle everything someone does because they're religious, based on the fact that somehow that's a conflict with their politics, then I don't think that's necessarily the proper.
Well, it's not. As an example, if let's say a preacher is in charge of his church and all of that, when he's in church mode or he's representing the church, clearly he's not supposed to do something. But when he's out there as Bob Smith, that just so happens to be a preacher and makes no mention whatsoever of the church he belongs to, then I think that's fine.
I don't have a problem with a bunch of people in a church, though. I mean, if a bunch of people in a church want to have a pancake breakfast and raise money and give out, I don't know, some free service to the poor in the neighborhood, nobody's going to complain. So if a bunch of people want to be in a church and raise money and give it to a political party that they think furthers their position, what the hell do we care? I don't care. I don't fear that. I don't know why that's a problem, why that's any more influence than a bunch of people that like dogs supporting a candidate based on their dog positions, or a bunch of companies that support a candidate based on their position in the industry or something.
Okay. And like I mentioned, I think there might be another way of reading the question. And I just, I don't know, it just, I wish I could find the magic words that describe my hesitancy in supporting that.
I know people that'll say the separation of church and state is to free individuals from religion, but there's also a way to say the separation of church and state is so that the state doesn't step on people's religions. So, you know, we're a country of people that were interested in remaining religious, but diversely religious, right? As opposed to being like in lockstep, like some of the other countries where you pretty much had to be whatever religion. So I don't think we necessarily built this country, or they built this country to be devoid of religion. I don't think separation of church and state exists so that this becomes a non-religious country. I think it's the opposite. I think it's designed to be a shit ton of religions that all give people their moral compass and their their overall like real drives in life, and that's what makes us such a good country, is the fact that we have so many religions. And I think the laws that, if they do have to exist, should basically be like the Second Amendment, to say leave people's religions alone. But if a law is going to come along and say, because you have religion, then your shit don't count anymore, that's not a law that's beneficial. That just seems like a law.
No, as a group rather than as individuals.
What the hell does it matter if it's a group or not?
Because as a group, you're representing the church. As individuals, you're representing just yourself.
So what? The church can't have a voice? The church isn't like a corporation or any other civic organization?
Well, and again, it gets back to, again, my interpretation of what does it mean, and I don't have a legal interpretation, but what do I understand separation of church and state to be? Because as an example, forgetting about the whole Muslim thing, let's talk about, just to make it simple, as well as a much longer standing tradition, the ultra-conservative Christians. And regardless of how I feel or you feel about abortion, about them coming out as a on that issue in supporting various candidates.
I don't know why why is that a problem?
Well, it's just, no, I'm saying it's just an example. I'm not saying it's necessarily a problem.
Well, I don't understand though. You're using it as an example because it's a benign example that makes no consequence, or because it's an example of some potential problem? I mean, why are you using an example and then saying it doesn't matter if it's an example? I mean, well,
I guess my concern is that not the number, but the increase, and not knowing what the next 50 years will bring, the potential increase of those that believe that if it's in the Quran, it's absolutely truthful and unchallengeable.
Oh, that's going to be crazy ass. I hear that. That's definitely one of those things. It's like anarchy or Satanism or one of them fucked up things where it's like, oh yeah, we're technically a religion, but also we're going to change the whole thing so that now you have to redefine your shit. I hear you there. Right. I was
trying to pose the question so that it was not a judgment on Islam. It was more a judgment on, do you want religion to have that sort of influence?
I don't know. I mean, I think that when you count religion up until now, well, most people's, I think everybody's experience with religion is it's like, you know, a guiding set of principles that or part of your moral character. But now all of a sudden with these people, it's way beyond that, and now it's like a law and a way, like an excuse to beat your wife and all kinds of crazy rape shit and just violence. They just want it. From what I can understand of it, they want chaos and anarchy. They just call it a bunch of weird shit and have a bunch of weird rules, and then basically just want the biggest people to be able to cream on the smallest people all the time. And they thrive in that crazy, chaotic shit because they want everything to suck, I guess. They don't care about, they don't want progress, right? They want chaotic rubble and just being the winner of all the crap that's, left over after they end everything. So that's a little weird, or a different paradigm for sure. Yeah. I think it'll change their shit. I don't think they get to hide behind religion, I guess is what I'm saying. At that point, they're just sons of bitches, and they don't get to just say, "Oh, it's my religion, so you got to be tolerant." You don't have to be tolerant when they want to fuck this world up.
Places like the Westboro Baptist Church have not bothered me in the past because I understand they are a very tiny fringe element that just happened because of the pictures and the words they use. They get a lot of immediate attention,
and that's all they seek is attention and money. Where people are familiar with that, and there's no cause for real fear there or concern. But yeah, when they just want to fuck the world up and watch it burn, then I think they're just asking for what they're going to get, really.
Yeah. I guess DB is going to a 2-day training class this weekend.
What? Where?
It's in northern Florida. Because he said it was 8 hours from his. Well, he told me it was northern Florida. He told me the guy's name. It's a traveling trainer, and it could have been Kyle something, but it could have been something else.
Kyle Lamb. I don't know why.
Could have been
Kyle Lamb though.
But again, I'm terrible with names, so it's probably not.
Well, did you see this link I just threw in here? I'm going to sidetrack a little bit, but then that'll eventually get us back. What I did for Every Second Matters there, I could easily do for, and I plan to do for training eventually, and I could put it over here, I guess. It makes more sense to put it here than Every Second Matters, although I might put it on one of my websites, but could be duplicated over on Gun Channels. But using that kind of format, I'm calling it a wiki. It's really just a forum. But using the the bullet points in the sections type of format to list everything or to archive everything, and then the system allows anybody who's logged into Every Second Matters or Gun Channels or whatever, it allows people that are logged in to leave a note or add a question or leave a link or some kind of a picture or something. So it's sort of a framework that allows people to add to. So for this case, it'll be Second Amendment issues and the various federal laws and the various things that have to do with Second Amendment. But I can do the same thing. I plan to do the same thing with the various schools and instructors.
Mm-hmm.
And then that'll be a resource.
I had heard the maybe the last 20 minutes or so of the chat. And something I was thinking about that I was going to mention to you tomorrow is, like, as an example, like we have a couple of petitions as well as one specifically on the sound suppressor amendment and I consider those what's typically called call to action. Some of those are very, we need a call to action fairly quickly.
Well, sorry, you looking at my screen here?
Yeah, I was looking at Every Second Matters. I can look back to your screen.
It's the same thing. So it's the Second Amendment section at the top there, sort of a catch-all or whatever. Then I've got this section for the existing laws, because every once in a while we'll talk about, like, what does the such and such actually mean, or what did that do? Now we have a place to create archives of that kind of questions and answers and stuff. But then this is, I think, what you're talking about. There's the Hearing Protection Act, H.R. 3799.
Right.
But look how many of them are active right now. The Second Amendment one, this one, lawful purpose, the right to carry reciprocity, one specifically for D.C. This one has to do with the industry. This one has to do with, I forget which this one is, but it has something to do with guns. And then this one is called the Separation of Powers and Restoration of the Second Amendment. It's basically a protective measure. So when you look at those, and that's just what I was able to find while we were live during Every Second Matters, and with like just doing some Google power. So we can add to this whatever they're live, and then once they've been live, we'll add them to this they've passed one, so that we can keep up on old things. I've got court decisions in here so we can keep track of the important one, like Miller, and there literally hadn't been one since 1939, any decision on the Second Amendment. And now since 1939, well, since 2008, we've already had 3 of them, which is fucking unprecedented when you start to look at it from that angle. Like, the whole third of our government didn't have any need at all since 1939 to talk about the Second Amendment. All of a sudden, it's under this much attack. Anyway, so I got the petitions in here just because why not? And then this way, if people want to leave some kind of update to it or something, we can post that there. I figure like when somebody does a video on it, they can post the videos here so that all these things get more legs, the videos themselves get more use, but then also anybody who might have any kind of conversation with anybody knows that Every Second Matters is this wiki where they can go get everything there is to know, every link there is needed to write their congressman, or maybe find out about a video that went live about the conversation, have a conversation about this act or something, so that it becomes a useful resource. And since anybody who's a member of Every Second Matters can just go in here, click on the thing, and then say post new topic, they can add a video or a picture or whatever.
So what do you think about having, maybe not on the first page, but maybe, and if this is the second page, I'm not sure, but a very easy to find call to action. And in the call to action would only be things that are going to be talked about in a committee or voted upon in the next 2 weeks.
Well, there's the news
things
section.
that are very timely.
Are you talking about Every Second Matters specifically?
Yes, but it would include things such as, if something's going into a judicial committee on Monday, or going to be voted on in the committee on Monday, or in a full vote at the House on Wednesday.
I think I know what you mean, but I'm saying, are you talking about specifically on Every Second Matters, or are you talking about the Daily Show, or are you talking about gun channels?
Well, I guess, where do you think it might fit best?
Well, here, so there's
those action things.
All right, so Every Second Matters right now has always just been basically this list of organizations, and then people have the ability to join the website and then either browse these organizations, or if they wanted to on the behalf of the organization post an event or some news article. That's all Every Second Matters has been, this list of organizations, and then the ability of users to post events and news articles basically from these organizations, right? So we added this wiki thing. Now, we could use the news section to be what you're talking about, and once a week or whenever kind of regularity, somebody could take it upon themselves to either go look at what's been posted over here in the wiki, just because you can see what's new or whatever, right? It'll tell you how long ago it happened or whatever. So, and it's not that long a list. You could potentially go in here once a week and go, all right, this got updated, this got updated, this got updated, and either do a copy and paste or whatever, and then go back to the main page there, and then make a post on the main page in the news, basically, of, blah, blah, blah. This was updated, this was updated, and then share it. And then what you've done effectively is created a post that you do on a regular basis, and that becomes a service. I guess, or there could be an organization. I don't know if Every Second Matters is actually in here. I guess it is. So you could go to the Every Second Matters organization, which is listed in the Every Second Matters website, right? And then go to its update section, which is the main page on it right now. And then again, post something. Now that, because it gets posted, will display on the main news feed, just because everything that's posted anywhere is going to display on the main news feed. But instead of just posting on the main news feed and then that's where it lives and it's not archivable except for through a search, this way it would actually be tagged, placed on the Every Second Matters channel, basically over on Every Second Matters. And then that way anybody who wanted to check out these things, since you're going to talk about doing them on a regular basis, they could go over here to the updates. And then I would imagine after some amount of time, periodically, there would be these updates, these newsletters, basically. So that's one thing that you could do. Now, if you're going to go through all that effort, what I would offer is we could incorporate that into the daily show, obviously. However, whenever regularly you do it, we would just put that as a thing in the daily show. But I also have the newsletter, and that's exactly the kind of thing I'm hoping to gather a bunch of individuals who can do little tasks like that, so that we can accumulate them, put them together in the newsletter, and send that thing out once a week or once a month or whatever's timely, so that people have like one thing that they can go, here's what's going on in guns right now. Like, here's some entertainment stuff. Here's some books that are new. Here's some podcasts I might want to listen to. Here's what's new in like legislation. And here's my call to actions. You know, that's a worthwhile newsletter that's worth a shit. And if we can literally build that based on our other efforts, so what we're doing on Every Second Matters periodically builds that section of it. What we're doing on the Daily Gun Show periodically, you know, builds the other sections of it. It's really just accumulating it and sending it. And now we've created something that's hopefully useful for everybody and gives everybody the same knowledge set, so that we're all moving forward. And if, like, you know, using this concept on Every Second Matters, if so-and-so is going to have the guy from the hearing, oh, you know what I should do? I guess we already have the organizations in here. But if somebody's going to be on We Like Shooting, you know, somebody could take it upon themselves to go in here under the Hearing Protection Act and make a post that says so-and-so is on We Like Shooting, here's a link. And then maybe on the organizations tab, go over to the Hearing Protection Act, or the American Suppressor Association, I guess, and then, you know, make a note in their calendar that so-and-so is going to be on We Like Shooting. And then that way, the main news feed is something that people go to Every Second Matters to see what's going on in Second Amendment type of things.
So in the folder you were just in, Hearing Protection Act, did it have the link for the call to action on it?
Right now there's 4 things. So we've got Smeggy posted a tracking thing. Somebody is for the Senate. Smeggy posted a tracking thing for the House.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like I posted something, basically an article that I read about it, and I just reposted it here, I guess. And then that's got a link to that article. And then I think this is just literally the act itself and a brief description of it. So that's like the opening post or whatever. So
yeah,
that's
I
what
think the Daily Show is a great thing for what I'll call, in the next 24 hours, we need to do X.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that would be an admirable service to offer. I mean, again, if we're going to put as much time and effort into it as we do to do something on the daily, then I mean, I hope that we're doing something that's...
Well, you know, a perfect example is the New Mexico thing that's going on, where I already put it in the show notes to make sure that we put that out there.
Well, that's my next stage. So this is a wiki, right? So this is basically a forum thing. So if you want to see how it works, I go up to the admin, and then I dig into the place, and then I go to this thing called packages, and I have this list of different, it's like Legos. I plug in these packages, right? So there was this thing called a forum, and I turned it on and I jammed it in there. And then that gave us the ability to have this forum show up in the menu or whatever. So then I just changed the name to Wiki, and that's a forum over here. So I would like to do something with states, right? So that all the states are listed, and then, like you're saying, we can keep track of the, like, initiatives and things at the state levels. But I don't think I can put down a parallel forum. So what I'll have to do is something like what I do over at Gun Channels, where I guess I have the forum turned off right now, but there's different sections of the thing that I use for different projects or whatever. So I'm gonna have to find something else besides a forum that allows me to basically list, and then allows people to add onto, or, you know, edit or whatever the posts. And then I'll put like a list of all the states, I guess, and then we can start keeping track of stuff at a state level. Or should I put it in this? So it'd be better just have it all in the wiki, and then just make one thing say states issues, and then just have a folder for each state. I guess that keeps it on one spot, and it makes it like, there's not 13 things to dig through on every second matters, and then you just go down to the section that's the state you want.
That would be an idea that would definitely work. Another idea that would work, but it's more of an aesthetic thing, is let's say under Second Amendment, you have one called individual states. And then that takes you to a page that has listed literally 50 folders, rather than muck up that page.
Instead of making this page 1,000 miles long.
Right. It's just an idea, just a different way of doing the same thing.
I can open this one and then I can post a new topic for each state. It's just a little bit different than the organization of like when I type in Second Amendment, I can go in there and fiddle with it compared to the other ones.
Okay.
Down to another level. Now it's just posts. So I wouldn't have the same power to reorganize.
Right. It won't let you put a folder under a folder.
Yeah. And I don't know if that's a big deal or not. I mean, it really doesn't matter. But like I see what you're saying, and not have this thing be huge. But on the other hand, what's the big deal? It's a freaking page you scroll on. So you scroll a little bit more. But anyway, so that's another goal, is to get a thing going for this, for the states. And then like over here on Gun Channel somewhere, I don't know if I'd put it under media, maybe under resources, we'll put one in here for training and instructors, and then allow people to start adding some feedback on that kind of